Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Lawsplaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. How are we doing today, guys? I hope you're doing well. I hope you are doing well. I'm having an okay day. A little bit tired, but so what? Stop complaining. Oh my gosh, where are we? What are we doing here? Grabbing a couple of these chat windows so I can follow along, see what all you guys are up to with your gallivanting about with your silly words and everything. Anyway. Midlife crisis is still going on. Yes, of course. It'll probably be going on until I'm dead. That being said, I'm happy to see you guys. I was getting lonely. I was getting lonely without you. We have a little bit of an interesting subject tonight. A subject that I have scoffed at and said, no, I mean, that's just silly. That's ridiculous. That's stupid. Why would anyone think that? Why are you even bothering wasting your time? But then I did the thing that you're supposed to do, and I went and actually looked. I looked at the words, and I was like, oh, shit. It's not as straightforward as we once thought. And the question that I'm talking about, the issue is, can Donald Trump become president in 2028? Well, that depends. That's the lawyer answer. Well, that depends. That is something that we all, I think, most people would say, no, of course he can't. He's been president twice. He can't be president again the third time. We stopped that after FDR won his fourth election or whatever. And we said, no more. None of that. We're not going to do that again. And so, of course, he can't do that. And the word, of course, is always a problem when it comes to legal issues, because of course never fucking means of course. Of course means, well, we really don't want to think through it. We all know the answer. But when you think through it on a larger scale, have you ever encountered something where we all know the answer is like right? Usually it's fucking wrong. It's like, well, we all know. Like, well, we thought we did. Turns out we maybe weren't paying enough attention. And so what I figured I'd do today is we'll start with that issue. We're going to start and we're going to go through one possible way in which Donald Trump, I shouldn't say could become president in 2028. I'm not going to say it that way. I'm going to say it the appropriate way. We're going to assess the question of whether or not the Constitution says that Donald Trump cannot become president in 2028. And technically, he would, assume office in 2029. That's how that would go, right? Like you have your inauguration day is in January of the next year. So I think that's a pretty dang important question. And so we're going to go through it and we're going to just look at it. We're going to read the words. We're going to do the thing. We're going to stop pretending that we all know what the document says. And we're going to do something that's both the right and wrong thing to do. All right. We're going to only assess the Constitution. And I'll tell you why we should only assess the Constitution when we get into the topic, and why we're not going to bring in other laws or other processes or policies or anything like that. We'll talk about it briefly. That won't be a long discussion. It's just kind of a basic primer on why, with questions of the president and what the president is or can be or whatever, and constitutionality, we really need to focus on what the Constitution says and not anything else. But yeah, and we're just going to take a look at what the document says. We all know what it says because we all learned in civics class or whatever in 8th grade. I don't know when you guys took it. That of course the president can only serve 2 terms, and that's what the Constitution says. And it'd be silly to think they could serve anything else. But, you know, they're so brazen about claiming that Trump can, of course, be president in 2028, and if you don't think he can, then you have no idea, and you need to get out of the way. Okay, that's fine. Here's my caveat. I don't believe they're going to try and make Trump president in 2028. I think the goal of all this is to generate buzz on the left and the right. I think the goal on this is to, again, push the limits of presidential authority, to push the courts to define presidential power, and congressional power as well, and judicial power. Hell, we'll just throw them all in there. I think that's what they're trying to do. I've got a drinking problem. Anyway, I think it's much more about generating buzz and throwing out, a sort of distraction or a sign that they want people talking about, because maybe then that'll keep them off of being focused on other issues. Again, this is just my opinion. Maybe they are going to try to put him in office in 2028. I said put him in office because it's very specific wording that we're going to get into. After that, I don't know. We can probably find something to talk about. There's a whole bunch going on in the world. I'm not following a lot of it yet. I'm working on getting back to that. But we've been getting a lot of requests for unbreaded. So maybe we can do some unbreaded. Maybe we'll finish and then look into some members only content or something like that afterwards. I'm not sure. But we're in for a little bit of a journey today. And it's an interesting question to me. I don't know. If you guys have other stuff you would like me to look at, you're welcome to send it. You're welcome to send it through, the chat, super chat, or better yet, let's talk for a brief moment about super tips. Super tips are a superior version of super chats from the creator's perspective, and probably from y'all's perspective as well. It gives you an option to either do a text-based super chat effectively. Works and functions just like a super chat. I will pull it up and read it, all of that stuff. But there's another option included in there, and that is the the voice tip, which is where you can type up a message. You can select from a myriad of voices that we have available, and the voice will come on and read read whatever you typed. As an example, there were some that came in right as I was ending the stream last night. And so I missed them, but we can use them as a helpful display today. So here's one that came in last night.
Well, just when I didn't know if I ever wanted to see Kurt's O-face. Oh.
It's disgusting. We have been watching my favorite content creator on YouTube or any platform really is Uncivil Law. Kurt, yes, my former friend. And my great joy in life is right now is watching his videos, but not his main videos, his other stuff. That's where the real Kurt entertainment lies. It's just there. It's there for everyone to see, and no one's watching it. And it's so fucking good. It's so good. We've been doing that. I don't make that part of the main show because that's for people who want to watch it. So that's part of the members stuff that we're doing, either both on YouTube and locals. Eventually, when I'm less dumb, I'll figure out how to do members only stuff on Rumble as well, and we'll incorporate Rumble memberships into the same thing. As far as it goes right now, I can't figure out how to limit a Rumble stream to members of the channel. Kate U4X says, Nick, I want you to be okay. Be nice. Be nice. Oh, yeah. Look, all in. I think it's the best content on YouTube. I say that unironically, without a hint of sarcasm or anything else. It is my favorite thing to watch. I think it's great. It's fantastic. And if you want to know why, like, because people think I'm being mean or something like that. I absolutely am not being mean. It's not because of a personal beef with Kurt or anything like that. It's very simple. What I did was I finally watched Kurt's content. That's all. And no direction or anything to anybody else out there. I decided after watching a certain video he did about a certain famous casserole that he is not someone I can associate with. Can't do it. And if you guys want to associate with that type of person, I won't judge you. I won't mind at all. I think anybody and everybody should watch and associate with whomever they choose. And I'm not here to stop it. In fact, I'm here to watch his content, not as Kurt, my friend, because we're not friends anymore, and that's fine. But as Kurt, the content creator, and me, the content consumer, a beautiful relationship that I have with many of you as well. And it is magnificent. It is magnificent. But I can't be his friend. Can't do that. All right, we have a couple super chats that have come in already. You're of course welcome to send those in, and they are very much appreciated. Thank you so much. And again, if you're going to send a super chat, I would encourage you to try the super tip system. Look, if you like the creator or whatever, super tips are a better way to deliver more of the money that you send in to that creator. YouTube takes 30%. If it's sent through an Apple device, YouTube takes 30, then Apple takes 30 off of that. And so, I mean, you're talking about, it's something like 51% when you do the math, whatever, being taken away from the money that you send in. Super tips, it's a 10% cut to super tips. That's it. No cuts to anybody else. Super tips takes 10%. The creator gets the other 90%, and they get it instantly. Once you send it, it is immediately deposited into a Stripe account. And so that's a really cool way to participate. And I'm really hoping that as we ramp up streaming again and people get used to it, that will be something they start to see the value of and have fun with. And we've got more voices coming. And I'm going to pare down some of the voices that we have that are less relevant to my audience and stuff now. So that's all on the way. If you guys, and if there are voices that you guys really want, like maybe If people start yelling at me enough, we can get those put in there. But here's another one that came in yesterday. I just missed the 2 at the end, but we've got some from today as well, and we'll get to all of these, of course.
If you listen closely, you can hear every woman's vagina within 100-mile radius becoming drier than the Sahara.
Wait a minute. No, the context of that isn't about me. That's not about me. That's about Kurt. Shit. God damn it. That being said, we have a super chat here from Adrian Robledo. 7568 says, may I ask for a toast for one of the only Mexican politicians that were doing something against the narco, for Carlos Manzo. May he rest in peace. Who the fuck is Carlos Manzo? European Mayor Carlos Manzo assassinated in Mexico. Took a hard line against drug gangs, shot and killed at Day of the Dead event. Wow. Hold on. I'll take a peek at it. Oh, fuck off with that. Whatever. Here, we'll pull this up. Let's learn together about this person I know nothing about, and then we'll do a toast to them. Hello. All right. Mexico's, what is it? Sheinbaum pledges justice after murder of outspoken anti-crime mayor. Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum promised on Sunday there would be justice for the brazen murder of local mayor Carlos Manzo, an outspoken critic of organized crime who had called on the government to do more to protect him and others, which I guess they didn't, right? Like, I guess they kind of failed at what he asked for. Manzo, 40, was shot on Saturday while attending a candlelight Day of the Dead festival in the city center of Uruapan. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. In the violence-plagued western state of Michoacan. I don't know. Again, I don't speak Mexican, which is Mexican Spanish. I didn't mean that offensively. I do now. I don't speak taco. God damn it. 2 suspects were arrested and a third was dead. Mexico's security ministry said on Saturday, Sheinbaum called an emergency meeting for security cabinet on Sunday morning, later condemning Manzo's vile assassination in a statement on X. Okay. One of the few independent politicians elected to office in Mexico. You can't do that. You cannot do that in Mexico. The Mexican government is largely infiltrated and owned by organized crime. And you can't be independent. And then, of course, outspoken and prominent. Any of those things. Once your voice is heard, your clock is set, right? Like your alarm is set on when the assassination's gonna happen. He's a mayor of that place since September of 2024. Since taking office, Manzo, often seen wearing a bulletproof vest, had called on the federal government to do more to fight organized crime while expressing fears for his own safety. I don't want to be just another mayor on the list of those executed, those whose lives have been taken from them. Manzo said in an interview in September with Mexican journalist Joaquin Lopez Doriga. Turns out he was on the list. He was there. Doorman asked him, are you on the guest list? Yes, was the answer. Uruapan has been called Mexico's avocado capital because it sits in the heart of Michoacan's avocado growing region. The industry has seen rapid growth due to booming U.S. demand, making avocado production a target for organized criminal groups. Multiple politicians, including other... Wait, I thought they just dealt in like cocaine and fentanyl and weed and shit like that. Okay. Anyways, multiple politicians, including other mayors and journalists, have been killed in recent months and years. But they're after avocados now? Like, I just want a slimy, buttery vegetable, like superfruit, or what? Is it a fruit? It's a fruit. I want a buttery, slimy superfruit to put on top of all my food. That's it. Are they going to start spiking those with fentanyl? He appealed to Sheinbaum for stronger public security measures, said Europeans' avocado industry gave it importance ahead of a coming review of Mexico's trade deal with the U.S. and Canada. Good Lord, it's hot in my office today. I'm going to have to take this jacket off. Menzel also said greater determination was needed on the part, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so he spoke against, long story short, pretty obvious thing happened. He spoke out against the cartels, and you really can't do that if you speak out and are successful. If you speak out and no one cares, no one listens, like your message isn't heard, they don't care. The cartels don't. They're evil, but they're not out to just murder everybody who speaks ill of them. Most of it, they don't care. It's when people become affected.
Can I please get a prayer for my dog, Axel? He's 10 years old and got clipped by a car. His leg is broken, and I can't get him checked by a vet until tomorrow. Please, I need him to be in good health.
Yes, we can do that. Let's do that real quick while I'm thinking about it. So anyone out there who's a praying type, of course, offer up a prayer for Axel. Shadowcat's dog. Dogs become something much more than pets for many, many families. They become a family member themselves. And of course, when they're affected, it's like having a brother, sister, child, whatever, affected. And the fear of losing, a companion is akin to losing a friend or family member for many, many people. So throw out some prayers for protection and healing over this dog and friend, and may the night carry Axel safely through to the morning where he can go to the vet and get the care he needs. Okay. Put that down. Yep, we got to take this off. This is not going to work. This is not happening. It's way too warm in this way too warm in this bitch for that. Whew. Okay. All right, so back to Carlos Manzo. May I ask for a toast? So Adrian Robledo, who is apparently in Mexico. May I ask for a toast for one of the only Mexican politicians that were doing something against the narco, for Carlos Manzo. May he rest in peace. And a cheers. A cheers, a toast, a raising of spirit in good spirit to the life, to the achievements, to the unfinished struggles of Carlos Manzo. When you fight against wickedness and evil, you fight for everyone who may be affected by it. Cartels affect the lives of anyone around the world at any moment. The drug trade and the other legal industries that they get their fingers and tendrils into affects all of Mexico's exports. In many ways, Mexico exports violence, but not by choice, by corruption, by threat, and by abject terror levied upon the citizens by those who would do harm, wantonly, willfully, and with utter disregard for human life or well-being. May he rest in peace, and may his death become a banner to be carried by the next politician and the next politician until there are enough of them that finally something is done. Cheers. Whew. Okay, so with that, thank you, Adrian. Nakadashi Tamadachi says, "You look sad." I'm not sad. I'm in an okay mood. I'm tired tonight. Like I'm, that that's true. But no, I'm not sad. Maybe visit the happy place under the stairs. I don't know what that means. What happy place is under the stairs? Can you even go under my stairs? Oh, you can. You can. Under our stairs, all it is a storage room for some like kids' toys. That's it now. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the reference is for. But it's not like a happy place. I don't ever go in there at all. KC618 Gore says, I think the cartel is the largest owner of avocado farms in the world. I think it's quite possible. Nick is in his 90s 90s night at the Elk Lodge phase. Yes, exactly. Oh my God. Thank you. Yeah, I saw these glasses and I was like, God, they're straight out of the fucking 90s. Even a little earlier, maybe. They reminded me of, and they're nothing like them, so please don't misunderstand. But the Asian, the Asian guys at Big Trouble in Little China? No, they're like at the beginning. They're at the beginning, and it's like three dudes, and they have goofy fucking shades from like 1985. You could buy them at any like gas station or convenience store, and they were literal shades that you would wear. They were slatted. There was no glass lens on them at all. They were just plastic things. I thought they were so cool when I was a kid. I was like, hell yes. I love it. I love those. And these don't look like that, but they remind me of that style, of that aesthetic. And it's warmth to me. It's my childhood. And it's, I wanted them immediately. You fucked up when you didn't immediately realize that your nose is the size of one of those Asians. I'm real now. Okay, look, I said you could say whatever you want about me, but saying that my nose is only the size of one of those Asians that's offensive. It's much bigger, much bigger. Those little tiny petite rice eaters. No, thank you. Oh, I should thank Jacob for sending Good Logic's Rumble stream over in a raid. Hey, thank you. Thank you, Jacob, for doing that. Welcome to the Good Logic audience. I missed my friend Joe. I need to talk to him. It's been too long. I tried to call him the other day, but we passed in the night. Let's see. Yeah, the three in the beginning who kidnapped the girl. Thank you, Eric Duff. Exactly. The girl with green eyes. Oh my gosh. Okay, we got a couple others here. What's this? This is from Rylan Poole.
I've been a fan of Rekieta Law for about 4 years now. When I am feeling sentimental, I rewatch all 3 of your streams you've done since I subscribed.
Just kidding, you rascal. I know you got a whole mess of kids. It's good news you're only busy until school's out, and then you can spend all summer not streaming.
Ow! That one felt personal. Nah, man, I tried to come back earlier, and I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready. I thought I was, but I wasn't ready. I still had more stuff to take care of mentally and in my life. And I think I've about got most of it knocked out. I think so. I mean, I've got a bunch of shit just like stacked up, still in like 19,000 fucking lawsuits, and probably more to come. But hey, like it's just how it goes. That's how it is sometimes. So, but other than that, on the personal side, the mental health side, I'm in a much better place than when I came back for the Karen Reed case and stuff like that, and have dealt with some things that needed to be dealt with. So it's good. It's good. We're making progress. But you know, the goal, the idea is to be back onto a regular streaming schedule. I know I've said that before, so don't take my word for it. That's what I intend to do. I'm going to try. And if I succeed, great. And if I fail, make fun of me and I'll try again. Like if there's something I still need to take care of. But I think I've about got it. So we should be good. I plan on streaming several days, if not all 5 this week. And Monday is usually the hardest day for me to get to right now because our Mondays are just really, really busy.
It is your great joy in life to allog Kurt BC. You are hoping it will cause him to unalive in himself. More people are watching him BC. He makes glasses look cool while you look like a pimp.
Wait. I don't know how to take that. I think more people are watching him because, well, one, I don't know that that's true. But maybe it is. Like, I don't really care. I don't look at that type of thing. It doesn't matter. Me comparing myself to other people and their performance doesn't help me become better at anything. So what I do is I compare my performance to my expectations and my wants. And right now, you know, my streams are performing like someone who hasn't streamed a lot in a long time. And hopefully, as I stream consistently, which again has not happened yet, hopefully as I stream consistently, you know, people will kind of get the memo and come back. I've been also putting out a lot of shorts that are clipped out of streams that I've been doing, and those are getting out there a little bit as well. And hopefully that'll bring more people to the show again. And that's all I, you know, care about is I don't care about comparing to anybody else. But I definitely do not want Kurt to unalive himself. Not in the slightest. No. I have no animosity towards Kurt. I did have animosity towards Kurt for a little while. And then I just went like, I don't have time for this shit anymore. Again, these are the things that you have to process through after a bunch of bullshit happens. You know, like that's just how it goes. And I was really angry for a while. I'm not angry at Kurt anymore at all. I definitely don't want him to kill himself. I want Kurt to live and thrive. I want him to do better. Like I said, I don't have animosity towards him. I just stepped back and looked at him as if he were any other content creator that wasn't my friend, just some random person. I don't really watch my friend's content. It's not personal. I just don't have time. But I didn't, you know, I never watched his stuff. And then, like I said, that pizza casserole video, that was enough for me to go, you know what? I don't need to be his friend. That's okay. I'm good. And I think he's okay with that too. I'm sure he's fine with it. But I love watching him cook. It's so great. God, it's so fucking funny. No, it's perfect. But I definitely do not want any harm to come to him at all. I hope he says his mental health is like getting better and things are improving. That's great. That's great. I've never wanted anything for Kurt other than for him to get past his own struggles and to thrive. But that's not changed. And that didn't change when I was mad at him either. Like, people have never understood this about me. I want everyone to succeed. I want everyone to make stuff for people who want to consume it. I want that to happen universally. It doesn't matter if I like the person or agree with them or anything. Like, I don't care. Most of the time I don't care about like beefs that we have or whatever, except the thing that bothers me about getting into fights with people is that it cuts audiences apart. Which has always been my position. It's why I hate communities, because they always fucking fight. And I'm like, guys, why are you fighting? Why would you do this? We can all just hang out and shoot the shit with each other. And if you don't like someone, I guess, like just kind of ignore them or whatever. Just don't associate with them as much. But like, just let it go. And everybody's audiences can just enjoy the show, because they really don't care about us fighting with each other. It's funny a little bit, Like, it's funny in the moment when someone's yelling at someone on a good rant or whatever, they got something going. It's like, yeah, that's great. But after that, you're like, oh, well, like, this isn't funny now because now people are mad and shows focusing on other stuff than what I want to watch. Why the fuck are they talking about this? I want them to talk about law or politics or naked people or whatever it is that you want. Fighting with another creator is gay and takes away from the actual content that's there. It may be funny in the moment from time to time, but ultimately it's just bad for business. It's bad for, like, you know, people's entertainment. It's bad for the mood. And it's like, I want to have fun streaming. I never understood it. I never did. But hey, but yeah, no, I don't want anything to fucking happen to him or anything gets bad. Do I hope he makes $1 million? I mean that every single time I said it. It's funny that people think I say that sarcastically, but I do hope that they make $1 million. It doesn't hurt me for someone else to make $1 million. Like, make all the millions of dollars, please. Like, I want people to make stuff that other people like. That's it. I don't care about, like, anything else. It really is. It is no business of mine if someone likes something someone else makes. I just don't give a shit. So it's the weirdest thing. I have meant that every single time that I've said it. And it became this thing where it's like, oh, that means Nick hates you. It's like, no, it's just, I don't know what else to say sometimes. It's like, oh, I hope they make $1 million. Okay. Grifty says, I really wish people would learn what A-log means. Doing review streams of his cooking on your main channel is far from A-logging. Yeah, well, and I do it on my for my members. Like, it's not part of the main show, and then that's fine. I'm talking about it now, but that's because people talk about it a little bit and they're not used to it. I encourage you to come check out one of the streams. They're funny. They're great. And he does other stuff that's funny too. The other day, guys, he was he talked about writing this romance novella, where he rewrote what happened in Star Trek Deep Space Nine, because Jadzia Dax dies, of course, and which means that Worf, you know, his wife was Jadzia Dax, and she dies, and so then Worf doesn't have his wife anymore, and Kurt's like, no, I want them to go on and live together on Kronos, and then he wrote a bunch of dirty sex scenes for it. And I can't not find that funny. I just can't not find that funny. It's too fucking perfect. It's amazing. And then he rewrote Romeo and Juliet. He wants to film a modern film noir version of Romeo and Juliet, and he rewrote it. And when you watch it, you go, you don't understand Romeo and Juliet, and that's just perfect. So I hope he makes $1 million. I hope his project gets bought by Hollywood, because I would be at the premiere if I could. Like, I would pay for the best ticket I could possibly find to watch that movie. I want nothing more.
Super Tips works like this, my knickers. Also, Cooking with Ogres is my third favorite show.
It's so funny. Oh my goodness.
Been gone for a while. What's up with the shades?
I just like them. I decided a little while ago to start dressing well at all times. Like, I don't really dress casual anymore. And it pretty much exclusively for the moment wear a button-down shirt of some sort. I personally like them to be flashy, because I like the 90s cocaine dealer vibe of them. I think it's funny and a little bit ironic, but I also I like the look. I always have, ever since the 90s. I've thought it was a cool look, but you know, I never wanted to. You get wrapped up in your own apprehensions, and I never did it. Well, now I don't give a shit. And so I decided to start dressing like that at all times, and I quite enjoy it. It also makes me dress nicer for the show. So I'm not showing up in t-shirts and shit like that. Along with that came, various accessorizing, belts, shoes, sunglasses. And so I just like them. That's all. All right, here we go.
My man Nick looking like Jewish pimp. He about to hit us with a high interest loan.
We got great loans. Very good interest. Very good. Anyway, all right. I think that about covers it. Should we get into this main issue? You look gay. Please stop. Some would say I am gay. So I don't know.
Whatever. If you didn't want harm to come to him, you would stop misrepresenting what happened in that casserole stream. Enjoy the mutual HRO and fuck you. The glasses don't hide our lies. Grifty is dumb you.
Okay, thanks, Anonymous, for your very cool opinion. I didn't misrepresent what happened in that stream at all. Go watch it. Just go watch it. It's so fucking great. It's amazing. And every other stream is just funny. All right. My shirt would be 3 times that size and not faggot purple. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. I'm going for a particular aesthetic that I happen to enjoy, which involves faggot purple. All right. I didn't say you should have to like it or like wear it. I don't want you guys to dress the same as me. I want to dress like me. And you should dress like you. Nardo Polo says a man's a fucking creep. Absolutely. Absolutely. Nick spends 5 minutes in jail and immediately becomes a dealer. No, I didn't talk to anybody in jail. I was in jail for 26 hours. I think that's the best I can remember of the times I went in, which was around 9:30 in the morning, and I got out. My arraignment was at 11. My release was somewhere between noon and 1, I think. So like, little more than 26 hours, but right around there, roughly 26 hours. And yeah, I didn't talk to anyone. I wasn't in Gen Pop. I was just in booking, and I had my own cell and stuff like that. And I just slept the whole time. So no, I get, the drug dealer thing is just funny to me because like now it's kind of like a running joke everywhere. When are you bringing out the snap band bracelets? Yeah. Whoosh. Those things are great. Nick was hoping to witness a Glock dookie. No luck. No, the worst thing for me was realizing that my cell door was unlocked. And like the guy, because like there's this little, where I was, there were 2 cells. And there's 1 person in each cell. There were 2 beds, but there was 1 person in each cell. And there's this little common area between the 2 where the TV was and like a table that you could sit at. I didn't go in there. I didn't want to go in there. I had no business in there at all. And so I just stayed in my cell. What I didn't realize was that my cell door could just be opened. And the insane person pacing around with like his shirts wrapped around his face could have just come into my room while I was sleeping. I did wake up and he was cuddling me twice, but like nothing else happened, I think. Grifty says Nick likes dressing like a character from GTA Vice City. Yeah, I don't know. I just enjoy it. Nick's cell door was unlocked. Check your white privilege. Lol. So was Derek's. I don't think he was white. He was hard to say. Oh my gosh. Kurt cuddled you, Nick. No, oh my God, I'd be dead. No way. He did not cuddle me. No, this guy named Derek. He was the other guy in the cell across from mine. But yeah, it was weird. Like he didn't come anywhere near me or anything like that. He didn't talk to me. But it was weird realizing later that he could have, because I was like, oh, I'm fine in my locked room, right? I'm asleep. No big deal. But it could have been a big deal. Could have been a really big deal. Imagine being so lame the cops arrest you and don't even lock the doors. Yeah, that's one way to look at it. Let's see. Kurt would be a gentle and generous lover for you. It's the worst thing you could say. Please don't. Oh shit. All right, let's get into this discussion. The question is simple. Can someone serve more than 2 terms as president of the United States? Kate says, Nick, you don't want to end up back there. You're on probation for almost the rest of your life. Be wise. Holy fuck. I'm only on probation for 5 years. Like, what do you know that I don't? Damn. Good Lord. Holy shit. Okay. I'm going to ignore you guys unless you're paying me money now for a minute. If you pay me money, I'll pay attention, I guess. Let's switch to this tab. What the fuck are all these? Sorry, I have so many tabs open and I don't remember what any of them are anymore. All right. So we have 2 major amendments that talk about the president and his ability to become president again, right? Like, and it's the 22nd Amendment and the 12th Amendment, which are in a separate order. There's separate order. The 12th Amendment obviously precedes the 22nd Amendment, but we usually think of the 22nd Amendment first. All right. Jay says, bullshit. You'll acknowledge the next hilarious troll. Fuck. I wasn't supposed to read that. Why'd you do that to me? God. What is this?
I am the one true prophet. Read the scriptures of Unbreaded Myers-Free, Matthew C. Harris. It's all the Jewish gals' faults. Unbreaded.
That's the Matthew Harris voice. The unbreaded prophet, of course. Oh shit.
I'm sick of this streaming stuff. Check out my new Beatles cover band.
Don't you do that to me. I don't like them. People, I've been seeing comments. I read the comments, okay? I read them. And I'm seeing comments that say that I'm trying to look like Bono. I don't like Bono. I never did. No. Bad chat. Bad person. Okay, here we go. 22nd Amendment. This is, of course, the 22nd Amendment was passed after FDR was elected to his 4th term in office. No person shall be elected to the office of the president more than twice, and no person who has held the office of president or acted as president for more than 2 years of a term to which some other person was elected president shall be elected to the office of the president more than once. But this article shall not apply to any person holding the office of president when this article was proposed by the Congress. So FDR was, immune to this. And shall not prevent any person who may be holding the office of president or acting as president during the term within which this article becomes operative from holding the office of president or acting as president during the remainder of such term. Okay, so it was FDR was obviously winning 4 terms, wildly popular, and he wielded massive political power, and he held the people, in his crippled hands. Like he wielded their will like an axe, cleaving through anything, including the Constitution, including the spirit of the Constitution, including the founders' intentions, and including capitalism and conservatism. He just chopped straight through that. Like he warmed the axe first and bent the tree over. He didn't care. And they knew they could not get this. They could not get this through if it impacted FDR. It wouldn't happen. They would be laughed out of their attempts. You did not want to go against him. He was a destroyer. In fact, he bodied the Supreme Court. He bodied the Supreme Court. He had his New Deal, right? He has the New Deal, and New Deal policies start coming in, and the Supreme Court is opposed to them, and he comes and basically says, like, hey, you guys are gonna fucking stop knocking my shit out, and you're gonna just let it go, or I'm gonna appoint a whole fuckload more justices that will favor what I do, and you'll become irrelevant. And they swapped immediately and became basically complicit in the progressivization of the United States following the Great Depression and during the recovery. All right. And then, of course, he goes into World War II and all that shit happens. Doesn't matter. We're going to move on. But long story short, you weren't going to go against FDR, and that's what over half of the language of this is dedicated to. And the stuff that we care about is this. And we're going to talk about the language in just a second. No person shall be elected to the office of the president more than twice. And no person who has held the office of president or acted as president for more than 2 years of a term to which some other person was elected president shall be elected to the office of the president more than once, right? Okay. So here we are. This means that, of course, the maximum amount of time that the common belief is that a president can serve now is 10 years. Your 2 8-year terms, and then a 2-year term, just under 2 years, of some other president, like leaving, and then you taking over for just under 2 years of time would be the maximum amount. All right. So that's the first one. Now we're going to go back in time a little bit longer. And we're going to go to the 12th Amendment. Right? Oh, there we go. Took a second for that to switch over for some reason. So here we go. This is how the president and vice president are selected. How this, the votes are counted and all that stuff. We're going to skip down to the relevant part. Okay. Here we go. This is the important part for what we're talking about here. But no person constitutionally ineligible to the office of president shall be eligible to that of vice president of the United States. It has been floated, of course, that Trump would run as vice president to someone else. Basically, he and J.D. Vance would swap positions, and, the one on top would switch and become the bottom. So J.D. Vance would get elected as president with Trump running as VP, and then J.D. Vance would resign. And so people say, no, of course not. Can't do that. Because Trump can't, and I would say this too. Trump can't be vice president because Trump is constitutionally ineligible to the office of the president, right? This seems straightforward, doesn't it? Except it's not. Now let's take a breather and we'll revisit the language in a second. Why are we only accepting the constitutional documents? Because there's the Presidential Succession Act and stuff like that. But we're only looking at the constitutional documents for the purpose of this analysis for a very specific reason. Okay. How do we word this? The Supreme Court has said that the Constitution and its amendments are drafted intentionally, meticulously, and perfectly, so to speak. Not that they're perfect, but the language in them is perfectly chosen, in that it is unconstitutional to take out any word or add in any inferred or implied word. Only the words of the Constitution matter, not anything else. Now, do they always follow this? No, especially with the Second Amendment. When it comes to the Second Amendment, they believe all sorts of extra words are in there and stuff like that. But ignoring that they sometimes don't follow them, the general rule is that every word of the Constitution was carefully chosen and so thoroughly reviewed in the constitutional amendment process and in the drafting of the Constitution. I mean, the drafting was, of course, this huge endeavor. And then the amendments they have to be ratified by, 2/3 of the states and all this shit after getting supermajorities in the House and Senate. So the process by which the Constitution was written and then is amended is intentional, it is thorough, and it has safeguards all over the place. So we can assume from that all those words are the words and nothing else can happen. All right. That's one reason we're only going with the Constitution here, is that these words that we just read are what matter. And the other reason is that this is a constitutional matter of how we choose a president, which is defined, in the Article 2 of the Constitution, right? The executive branch starts with the creation and the endowment of the executive power into a president of the United States. And because the Constitution lays out the requirements for the president, which is, a certain amount, he has to be a natural born citizen of the United States. He has to have resided within within the United States for X amount of time. And he has to be over 35 years old. And that's about it. But those are firm requirements for the office of the president. You cannot put any other restriction on the election of or on a president, on who is eligible to be president. All right. So if Congress passes a law that says, no, you need these requirements. Nope. Fuck off. The law may sit there, but it doesn't work. So if Congress said, we don't want, suspended licensed lawyers who are also, pled guilty to felony drug possessions to be president, they could write a law about it, but it wouldn't have any operative power because that's not the constitutional requirement or to become president. That's not in there. So they can't add that. So that being said, we don't need any other documents. We're going to take the constitutional text because that's the only thing that matters. Anything else is superfluous. And then the other thing is, as I stated, the Supreme Court has said that the specific words of the text are what matter, right? Nothing can be implied or inferred from it. It's just the words that are there. All right. So we get to the question. Can Trump be president in 2028? First question. The first sub question. A, right? Can Trump be elected in 2028? No. Trump cannot be elected in 2028. We know that because of this. No person shall be elected to the office of the president more than twice. Whoops. This is the 22nd Amendment, Section 1. Trump has been, some would say, elected 3 times, but he's been elected twice officially to the office of the president, right? That's happened. And so he cannot be elected. Let's see. Cannot be elected to the office of president again. Can't happen. Cannot have Trump elected in 2028. So then we have to go, okay, well, what's another way that Trump could become president in 2028? There's one way which I'm not going to discuss right now, and that is that effectively the election of the next president is stayed due to some sort of emergency. We have the constitutional process by which the electoral votes are counted and all that stuff. But let's say there's a military emergency or something, and it prevents an effective election. For example, Canada invades the United States, and the war that hits our homeland is in such turmoil, causes such turmoil that an election becomes impractical or impossible. Okay, well, then Trump remains president. That's going to have to happen. There's just nothing you can do about it. I don't think the Republicans are planning on having, some sort of military disruption occur. A military coup, I really don't think would be a sustainable way to maintain the office of the president without an external threat that was sufficiently, concern the American people. I just don't see that happening. And I don't think an actual disruptive martial action inside the United States is going to happen either. I don't believe that. I don't believe they're planning on that. I don't believe a civil war, for example, an actual civil war would maybe cause a suspension of the election of the president. Because what do you do if the populace is at actual war with itself? So let's ignore the possibility of Trump maintaining office beyond what would be the election date or inauguration date due to military circumstances. That is a possibility, but that would just delay the election until there was sufficient time. So you're not really talking about, hopefully you're not talking about getting another term. Even if that were the case, you would want a swift resolution of the crisis so that the president can then the presidential election can occur, and then they would go through as fast as possible and make that happen. All right. G. Watson says we had an election during the Civil War. Exactly. Yes. I didn't say that a civil war automatically causes it. It's just a hypothetical of something that could be disruptive enough, right? You can see why maybe an election would not be considered valid, et cetera. And so they may actually stall an election out due to an emergency, some sort of crisis. But we're going to ignore that. We're going to go with the next obvious thing, and that is to have Trump assume the office of the president through some sort of, appointment or succession. We're going to go with succession. And that seems to be the prevailing theory, right? Because, well, if Trump is just in line to become president again, then he can become president maybe, right? Because he can't be elected to the office. But then we have a problem, some would say, as we go back here to the 12th Amendment, no person constitutionally ineligible to the office of the president shall be eligible to that of the vice president of the United States. And so we go, okay, wait, Trump can't be elected to a third term. Therefore, he's constitutionally ineligible to the office of the president. And so he can't be the vice president. And then some people take the extension of that, right? And they go, okay, well, maybe he'd be the Speaker of the House or somewhere farther down the line. And all of those things, sure, maybe. But I think it's simpler than that. I never thought Trump could run as vice president because of the 12th Amendment. But I actually think that the Constitution does not say that at all. I don't think the Constitution says that Trump cannot be president, because the constitutional eligibility for president has nothing to do with winning an election prior to becoming president. All right. It doesn't. It seems like it does, but it doesn't. It doesn't say that, because let's go with the words. That's what matters. But no person constitutionally ineligible to the office of president shall be eligible to that of vice president of the United States. And this was drafted later, 22nd Amendment, right? No person shall be elected to the office of president more than twice. This does not disqualify a president from having a third term. This disqualifies a president from being elected a third time. Those are two different things. And the language is distinct and specifically clear. And this amendment was drafted after the 12th, which means it was drafted in full consideration of the 12th Amendment, which means they knew what the 12th Amendment said, and they knew what they were writing down. So they knew that they were talking specifically that you could not have a president win a third election. But you could have a president assume a third term. And if you have a president who can assume a third term, then they are constitutionally eligible so long as they meet the other constitutional requirements of the presidency, which again are just over, like if they served as president twice before, it'd be pretty hard other than impeachment to change that, right? You would have to have an impeachment, and they would have to successfully impeach the president, and they would have to then successfully disqualify him from holding future office. If they don't do that second step, then he's not constitutionally ineligible. This is pretty wild. This is pretty wild because everyone's common, like just a common understanding is that the president can only be president twice, plus that weird 2-year thing. That's how everybody thinks of it. That's how you're taught it in school. That's how they teach it in every law school. That's how they teach it too. But that's not what it says. That's a big fucking problem. Right? Because if the 12th doesn't disqualify Trump, then he can run as vice president. He can be elected to the office of vice president, and then he can assume through presidential succession the office of president, which would happen if, again, in the hypothetical where J.D. Vance runs as president with Trump as VP, J.D. Vance is elected to the office of president, resigns, Trump steps in as president through the presidential succession. And holy shit, that's wild to think about. So I'm going to officially change my position on this and say that according to the rules, according to how we read the Constitution, because the Supreme Court has stated this is how we read the Constitution, that the language is precise and specific, and you cannot add in another word, which means we can't say that the 12th Amendment says anything about someone who's eligible to be elected president. It just says eligibility to be president. And the 22nd Amendment says nothing about eligibility to be president at all. It just says you can't be elected 3 times as president. It says nothing about being elected as a vice president or Speaker of the House, or, you know, or the president of the Senate, you know, I guess. Like you can go down to through all the things, or even a cabinet position. You can have everybody. There's a giant chain of people resigning, but you don't have to, because you could do it just straightforward as Trump is VP. And everybody thinks you can't. Yeah. And again, even I thought there's no, yeah, of course, he can't do that. The Constitution says he can't do that. Can't run for VP if he can't be president. Which is true. Like, that's true. But he can run, like, sorry. But it doesn't say he can't be VP if he can't, or if he was elected twice. It doesn't say that. It just simply says he can't win a 3rd election as president. And so now, since the Supreme Court has laid out very specifically that we must follow the precise words of the Constitution, cannot add or subtract anything, my official position is that the rules states that Trump can assume the office of president for a 3rd term, but he cannot be elected as president outright. Now, again, my other position on this is I believe this is a red herring. This is meant to distract people, to get them talking about Trump, to get them talking about the success of his president. Because imagine this, right? You have to overcome the common understanding that Trump can't be president, right? Like, you have to overcome that if you're going to run him. If you're going to try this strategy, you have to let the people know that they were taught wrong. Like, you have to do that. So they have started now to generate a buzz about it. But again, I think that's all a red herring, and it's very simple. It accepts the premise, just having the discussion accepts the premise that Trump is popular enough and successful enough and beautiful and wonderful enough to have that 3rd term, that everybody wants it. We all know it. We all know you want it too. You thought you didn't last time. You got Joe. You wanted me the whole time. I was there. I was on the phone. We were talking. Clothes were coming off. And you wanted that 3rd term. 2nd term. Well, you got Joe. You got sleepy Joe Biden instead. But I came in to rescue you. And so now, just having the discussion it requires us to assume that Trump is popular enough for the scheme to work, for America to go, yeah, actually, we're going to do this. We're going to elect that guy. He's going to get the fuck out right away because screw JD Vance. And we're going to have Trump take over again because he's beautiful. And that's fantastic. That right there is brilliant, because being the president is all about the perception of political will. That perceived authority manifests actual authority. It's like fiat currency, right? The dollar is valuable because it is. And because it is, the dollar is valuable. It works. Presidential authority works the exact same way. It is all about the perceived political will manifested in this one person who is the exerciser of that will, the executor of that political will. Trump is generating this thrum. It's a low thrum now, and it's going to grow if they keep pushing on it, that he is popular enough, that his popularity is strong enough to carry him into a 3rd term. And people are going to start seriously considering it really soon. I already saw an article like the other day. It says 22nd Amendment doesn't say what you think it does. And it was from like some liberal rag. Like, who knows? I don't know what year it was published. I don't know if it was about Trump. I have no idea. But that shit is going to come. And it's going to buzz and buzz and buzz. And you're going to have two fucking dummies on CNN and NBC, Nightline, or whatever. And they're going to be arguing back and forth about whether or not Trump can be president for a third term. And they're all accepting the premise that America would want this guy to be president for a third term, which gives him power now. It gives him clout, political authority. And that's wildly smart. Wildly smart to do that. Because if they're afraid of him winning a third term, then they're afraid of him now and his popularity now. Trump needs his popularity now to implement the policies he wants now. Trump's old. By the time he's done, he's going to be tired. He's very vigorous right now. I know. I'm in pretty good shape. Pretty good shape. All of my friends are all old and fat. Me, I look good. He's old. He's going to get tired. And I think by the end of this term, he's not actually going to want to be president again. But it's not about will he win the next time or will he be in office in 28. It's about what can he achieve now and how do we solidify and shore up the perceived political authority, the perceived popularity of Trump. This is what FDR did. I mean, FDR did it. He wasn't restricted on winning those elections, but he manifested the will of the people. FDR was a populist rescuer in a similar way to Trump. There's a bunch of shit happening. The country was in turmoil, a slow recovery. And FDR says, I got this new deal. I got this plan. We're going to get everybody. We're going to get everybody out of this shit. And we're going to get this country back on track, right? We're going to make America great again. Trump is here coming on the heels of, Obama and then on Biden. Obama's spiritual successor just bleached a bit. And, the economic disaster that they started, that they kicked off, because they really did. I mean, if you want to see a simple example of the damage Obama and Biden have done, just look at how much beef costs. That's because of policies around basically regulating, curtailing the beef industry. They've tried to do it through methane emission regulation. They try to, they've tried other ways to just make it cost prohibitive to raise beef. And ultimately, they ended up culling a bunch of the beef herd. And that has, it has a delayed effect on the price of beef. But it's had as a real one. Beef costs so much. Pork and chicken cost almost nothing right now. Like holy shit, you can get high grade pork for like $4 a pound for the good cuts of it. It's crazy. But shitty cuts of beef, like just top sirloin or whatever, is $16, $17 a pound. That's nuts. Chicken's the same way. Chicken is almost free. Except for if you get like boneless, skinless chicken breasts or something. Those cost a little bit, not a lot. But if you get a whole chicken, you're paying like $1.70 a pound, $2.50 a pound if you get it broken down. Like if you're getting dark meat broken down, that's compared to beef, it's fucking free. But that's the disaster, part of the disaster, just manifest in a simple and obvious way of the economic policies of, Obama and Biden. Trump's fighting against that, and he needs a lot of political will to do so. He needs the people. Well, he needs his opponents to believe that the people are behind him. And this is a great way to do it. Like it's a very smart strategy. Even if they have no intention of actually executing it, which I think that is, but maybe they do. But I don't think they have any intention of actually executing the plan. But I can't believe that the common knowledge is seemingly completely incorrect here. Tariffs sure aren't helping. I'm not saying that Trump has, please don't misunderstand. I'm not saying that Trump's economic policy is better. I'm saying that Obama and Biden's economic policy has some disastrous repercussions that can be felt. And I gave an obvious example of one of those repercussions. Trump's tariffs, like I'm not a fan of tariffs personally. I don't think that they're a good thing. I know that Trump is using them as leverage in negotiations. He needs countries to feel the pain of it, of what happens when they don't deal with the U.S. in the way that he wants. That doesn't mean he's right. It doesn't mean it's good policy. I don't know if it is or not. Like, I don't like tariffs, but that said, I don't know if it's good policy for me. My groceries have gone up in price pretty significantly, right? Like everything I buy is more expensive, except for like a TV. You can get an 85-inch TV for $600 at Walmart. That's crazy. That said, I don't know if Trump's economic policies are good for the consumer, but they might be good for the overall economy. The tariffs might be a nice bolster to American businesses. And Trump is a populist, protectionist, nationalist. He is not he's not opposed to global trade as a concept, but he's here to bring the, jobs back to America where they belong, manufacturing jobs. We make things better than anybody else, right? Like that's what he's here for. He's here for the middle class, for the blue collar, but also for the guys who own the companies that employ all those guys. Like he's here for both of them. And they both like him. Tariffs help American business happen in America. But of course, that means that it necessarily raises price on all the shit we would import. But yeah, but I'm not here to talk about that. Again, it's not about whether or not his policies are right. It's about whether he is able to manifest the political will of the people to implement his policy. That's it. That's what Trump and his people are concerned about. Can we implement Trump's policies? How do we show that the president has the people behind him to do so? And one of the ways, and this is pure manipulation, and it's brilliant, and I fully support it, is to get everybody talking and assuming that Trump is popular enough for a third term. Like, you have to assume that premise to have this discussion. Well, that there creates political will, political power that he can then use, because if people perceive that he is popular enough for a third term, they know that going against him is unpopular. That's how logic works. But anyway, I find this fascinating. I'm sorry if it's like too heady and gay for people. Like, some people don't like getting into the serious meat of this, but I think this one's worth talking about, because I really do. Like, I dismissed it out of hand at the first mention. I was like, that's dumb, can't happen. And then I looked and I was like, oh shit, this is way more complicated than I thought, as far as can it work? And yeah, I think it can. I think that, again, that's my official ruling on it. So here we go. We got a couple of these super tips. Oh, wait, we've got Barb Rogers. Miss Solar Terror says being a boss is not easy. It's like babysitting. Correct. That's true. She also gifted a membership. Thank you, Barb Rogers, Ms. Solar Terror, for gifting a membership. And whoever got that might want to say thank you or whatever. Okay, here we go. We've got a couple super tips here to go through.
The left would lose their fucking minds if Trump got a third term. It doesn't matter what the constitutionality is. They are relativists. They'll just twist the words to suit them however they want. Or they just shout Nazi and try to do the sick simp or tyrannous thing until they succeeded.
Yeah, and to be clear, I think if they do try it, I'm going by what the Supreme Court has said. I think the Supreme Court would not support that. I think the Supreme Court would be wrong based on how they have described how the Constitution should be read. I think they would be wrong. Okay. I want to make that very clear. But them being wrong doesn't really matter because they can be wrong. You can't, there's no authority above the Supreme Court on what the Constitution says because the Supreme Court said so. No one gave them that power. It's not in the Constitution, but they took it in Marbury versus Madison. Again, one of the worst decisions of the Supreme Court in history, but also one of the most important. They just took it. They said, we say what the law is. We are the authority on the Constitution and what it says, what it means. So I don't think that they will allow that, or well, they'll try. And then we have a constitutional crisis because we'll have a conflict between branches and there is no one who can resolve it because Congress doesn't have the authority to resolve that at all. The Supreme Court will say, well, you can't. And then Trump will come out and say, what do you think, America? 9 people who've never won an election in their lives, never have an erection in their lives. They're out there right now saying that your will, what you want, can't happen. What do you think, America? I think they're wrong. And that will cause a rift between the executive and the judicial branch. And how do you solve it? Judicial branch has something like 9 guns. The executive branch has the entire military. And that becomes a real fucking complicated question again. John Barrett, welcome to Paralegal Status. Very much appreciate having you. Barb Rogers, Miss Solar Terror, sent another gifted membership. Thank you again, Barb. Really appreciate you. Glad to see you here today. Here we go. What else do we got? What else do we got in these super tips?
If the Dems were smart, they'd have leaned into the election being stolen back in 2020 at the end of Biden's term to disqualify Trump from running for having actually won. Kurt has a micro pen.
Relevant last line, I think. Yeah, they could have said he won 2 elections, so he can't be elected again.
No, I still do not see a path for him to hold office again. The way I've always understood still holds true.
Okay. That's fine. Again, I think that the Supreme Court will agree with you. But I think that the Supreme Court will be wrong and hypocritical when they do it. Oh my goodness. Who are these voices? That was okay, so this voice is April.
I still do not see a path for him to hold office again.
Was a friend of mine.
The way I've always understood still holds true.
We're not going to get into that too much. This voice is Ronnie O'Neill III.
If the Dems were smart, they'd have leaned into the election being stolen back in 2020 at the end of Biden's term to disqualify Trump from running for having actually won. Kurt has a micro pen.
Ronnie O'Neill III was wrongfully charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder and a count of attempted murder in Florida a couple years back. He chose to represent himself, and he was railroaded. He was railroaded by the by the state of Florida and their corrupt judicial system, and they convicted him for murdering his girlfriend and daughter, and trying to murder his young son. Which, obviously he didn't do that. He didn't murder them. He was axing the demons out of them, and he was purifying them to the way of Allah or whatever. Jim Tells You, what's up? Jim Tells You has rated the show. Welcome to all of Jim Tells You's viewers who are here. Thanks for joining us. We've been talking about, can Trump become president a third time? And I believe he can. I believe he can. And I didn't before. I hadn't really thought about it. I thought the Constitution said, yeah, you can only be president twice. But it doesn't say that. It doesn't say you can only be president twice. It just says you can only be elected twice. And what the Constitution says matters, according to the Supreme Court, who will change their mind on that. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. K to the Swiss, 1617. Thank you for the $5 super chat. There's no message attached, but I appreciate it anyway. Really like that, of course. Okay. Well, that's my assessment of the Trump 2028. And can he become president again? I do think he can, under the Constitution and how it's written. Will the Supreme Court agree? And what happens if they disagree? Those are separate questions. Is there another path to the presidency? Maybe there is. And if there is, maybe we'll do another show on it. We're not going to do it today. We're gonna move on. Although I don't really know what else to talk about tonight. I have a bunch of Kurt content to go through. But the main thing I wanted to talk about tonight was this, because I think it's an important question. I think it's a big one. I was okay. We could do this if you guys want. Nick Fuentes was interviewed by Tucker Carlson. I have not watched it. It has pissed everybody off. The sunglasses are not fake. They are gay. That's fine, but they're not fake. They're there. Like, what do you think? Like, did I have the AI put it on? That'd be amazing. The Fuentes interview is 2 hours long, which is something. You refuse to watch it, Corn Pop? Talk about these damn lesbians, they nasty. Wait, which ones? I love talking about lesbians. They're great. My neck is looking thicker. Okay, when I never, I've said some of this before, so I apologize if you've heard it. But when I was arrested, I was 150 pounds. I was very, very thin. I had cocaine makes you lose weight, right? And I definitely enjoyed getting down to 165 while on cocaine. I did. That was, I was at 206 when I started my weight loss journey. I was not doing drugs when I started my weight loss journey. That happened later. That was an unintended side effect. I didn't do cocaine to lose weight. Like, I just did it because I was like, wow, this stuff's really fun. Don't do it. Like, it's it tells your brain that it's fun. Like that's what it does. It chemically does that, right? Like, so you try it and you're like, oh, this is awesome. That's a chemical reaction in your brain that makes you think that. All right. So please don't misunderstand me as endorsing it. I'm not. This was a disastrous decision in my life, but it happened. And so we're just going to like go with it because that's what happened. A side effect of that was I lost a lot of weight, which was intentional. And I enjoyed that. But then I got sick after getting to 165, which is where I wanted to be. I got sick and I lost another 15 pounds. There were 2 stretches right in that last month before I got arrested. So I guess in April, late April, early May, there were 2 stretches where I was sick for 10 days in a row and I couldn't eat. And I had about a week break between those. It's 2 different sicknesses. It was not fun. Very unfun. I got down to 150 and I didn't have time to build back up from there before getting arrested. So that sucked, but I looked terrible. I was very thin, sickly and all that shit. I'm now around 185 pounds, which is where I wanted to be eventually after getting down to 165, building back up. And, but when I wanted to lose weight the first time, all of my weight was carried in my stomach. Cause as you get older like that, you just start gaining belly fat unless you're really intentional about it. So, as I built back, I've mostly, I got a little jiggle in there, but not too bad. I've mostly kept the weight away from my stomach and gained it in more appropriate areas like my dick. No, I'm just kidding. That's a joke. But up my upper torso rather than my lower torso and stuff like that. So I'm in a pretty healthy place right now for weight and I like the overall shape of my body. I need to like get in the gym and like, harden it up a little bit. But other than that, like things are going well.
If Trump decides to do the VP gambit to get a 3rd term, I think leftist heads might actually explode. The memes would be amazing, though.
I know. You remember when he got elected the first time and they're screaming in the streets and like weeping openly? Oh, can you imagine? Could you imagine? He gets elected as vice president in 2028. Here I come, America, all over you. They would die. It would be mass suicides happening in public. Got to remember 10 pounds of Nick's weight is in his nose. This is a side note. So, like obviously this affected my whole family. There's no way around it. Right. But despite what people think and despite false reports that were made, that they did not, those false reports were made and have shaped perception about things in regards to me and my children. That said, those false reports did not cause me to have cocaine, and that, like I'm not blaming them for my choices. All right. Like, so let's be clear on this. My kids lived through everything. So they they know what happened and what didn't happen. They know. They didn't know that there was anything going on at all. Like they had no idea. And because nothing was ever done around them, in front of them. That's all false. That being said, they now know because the police are like, oh, by the way, your parents are doing drugs. I'm like, thanks. Thanks, guys. That was helpful. And so like it's now just a fact. And so like they have permission to make fun of me about it, all the time. But one of my daughters the other day was like, Dad, it wasn't your fault. It wasn't your fault doing cocaine or whatever, because your nose is so big. You just breathed in and did everybody's cocaine automatically. I was like, yes, thank you. Thank you for shaming me. Anyway, But they have a good sense of humor about it because, again, like, it happened now. So what do you do? What do you do? Nick had a migrant Somali family using his nose for shelter that got deported when he went to jail. Every time I sneezed, they lost one of their 38 children. Aaron Peranto, 3183 says, is YouTube violating my First Amendment or my Fifth Amendment rights by forcing me to speak on channels now to give creators credit for the lurker views? No. No, because YouTube isn't a government entity or a quasi-government entity in the purposes for which you're talking about. YouTube may actually, that quasi-government entities is really fascinating and underutilized part of agency law and administrative law. But government partnerships are so pervasive with private companies now that it's just waiting. It's just waiting for the right decision to tweak and tune the idea of a quasi-government entity. A quasi-government entity, for reference, if you don't know, is a private company that acts as a governmental agent for a governmental purpose or a traditionally exclusive governmental purpose, right? So if a government, say they don't have enough police in a town, right? And so they have an event and they hire private security. That private security firm is now basically effectively a quasi-government entity, and their agents, their actors become government actors because they're enforcing government, a traditionally held government purpose, which is to maintain law and order, right? So they're just private contractors maintaining law and order. So that's an easy way to kind of like think about it and understand it. Well, what about like Google and YouTube and stuff as they collect data on people, as they monitor activity and stuff like that? And then as the government partners with them to provide maybe some monitoring services or advertising services, for example, promotional stuff, promoting the military on YouTube and stuff like that. At what point do these companies become, at least for some limited purpose, a quasi-government agent? Because then if that happens, like let's take a simple example, right? A congressperson's YouTube channel. AOC does a YouTube channel where she bartends, sexy dances, and then says a bunch of stupid shit with eyes like the size of the fucking moon. But then, someone comes in the chat and says something bigoted, like, hey, your policies are retarded. And so then that person gets blocked and muted by the government YouTube channel. Is the government, the AOC in this matter, and also YouTube, are they facilitating a violation of the First Amendment rights of someone? I think quite possibly, yeah. And so then is YouTube a government actor at that point? Then YouTube is violating constitutional rights when typically they wouldn't be able to, because they're a private company, and private companies and private people can't violate constitutional rights. Like the Constitution binds the government, not any particular person or entity other than the government. But if you're acting as a government agent and you act in a way that's contrary to the Constitution, you do violate the Constitution. Then what do we do with that? I think that's going to happen more and more, because the pervasive nature of social media and of course AI as it develops necessarily, is going to involve government involvement. I mean, look at Tesla and SpaceX and all this shit. Government owns the ability to shoot shit into space. Like, you have to get a lot of licensing and permission has to happen before you can launch something into space, and before you can launch a spaceship full of people into space. It's even worse. The government has the exclusive authority to do that. The government owns the sky, and you don't. So you have to get permission to go through it. SpaceX is a private company, but when it sends, a shuttle up to the space station, the International Space Station, that has NASA people attached. Like, okay, well now wait, are they a government agent there? You know, again, the SpaceX channel blocks you on YouTube. Are they violating your constitutional rights? Maybe. Kind of wild. Like, in government and private entities, corporatism, for all that corporatism is, corporate dominance or an oligopoly or whatever, for all the bad that they are a buffer against the government. Now you're trading one master for another and there's a whole bunch of stuff, but at least corporations are motivated by profit. Make money, make stuff to make more money. The motivations of Congress are myriad, nebulous, and impossible to actually predict and know. And so, you know, you might say it's nice to know, you know, the master you know versus the master you don't. It's there. And corporate power through the industrial and then post-industrial age has been, it has been a buffer and a check on government. And government has checked corporate power as well a little bit. Post-industrial, right? What we're moving into now, where we have automation and artificial intelligence and in these supplemental entities and machines that are pervasive in our lives, that are going to be pervasive in our lives, is going to change all of that. Because do you think the government is going to let like some company put a bunch of fucking helper robots in every home? Like, do you think they're going to do that? They're going to say, no, you can't do that. We got to put a microphone on it and have a wire, you know, like have it voice recording at all times so that we can store it at an NSA data center, everything that's ever said anywhere. And it'll all be stored in an NSA data center that they won't look at. They definitely won't look at your data until they get a warrant to go and look back at something that happened prior, which is what they do now, which is what they lied about and said they weren't doing. And Edward Snowden, you know, exposed it and they said, no, he's lying. And then they looked at it and they're like, oh, no, he was right. They were doing that. Yeah. Okay. Fuck. And the government violated all of our rights by doing that just through monitoring basically the social media communications of 96% of Americans for a long time, and all while lying and saying they weren't doing it. That's only going to get worse. And we're putting more and more things with more and more capability of monitoring more and more activities into our homes. And if you fucking think for a second the government is going to let private companies do that without getting in on the action, you're wrong. And so they're going to regulate the shit out of all of it until they get their grubby little mitts on it and get their grubby little backdoor access. Because like any faggot, the government loves the backdoor access. So quasi-government entity law is like, it's not brought up enough, in my opinion. I think it's going to become more prominent soon.
Your Honor, my client, Mr. Rikita, should be allowed to visit Colombia. We will fashion nose plugs from satellite dishes to prevent accidental cocaine sniffing.
I almost want to ask my probation officer as a joke, like, hey, I want to go to Colombia. I have an event down there to go to. It's going to be 4 weeks long. Don't worry about it. John Barrett, I've said that. I've said the word faggot enough times to know that like they may demonetize the stream, but they're not going to TOS me on that. Let's see. Okay. I think I saw a lot of people say we should do the Nick Fuentes interview, which I almost every time I refer to it, I almost always call it the Charlie Kirk interview. Hold on. Oh God. Tucker sounded. I don't know. I don't think I actually. I want. No, that's not going to work. Hold on. I got to frame out this window so there's not a bunch of other bullshit on it. Because I have this video on Twitter. So, that one. There we go. That's pretty good. Chachunia says, good night, Nick. Love you. Oh, you too. Great to see you. Let's talk soon. Hope you're doing well. Chachunia is pretty cool. Pretty cool. Long-time fan. Or I don't know, fan. Long-time chatter? What do you even call you guys? Who said they wanted to watch Fuentes? No, Kurt is funny. We'll see how this starts. Because I really do want to watch the whole thing, and I there's no way I can watch it tonight. Maybe we should do the Fuentes thing tomorrow. Because, like, this is 2 hours long. That's a lot. It's kind of a lot. I want to get, like, I do want to watch this interview. I just don't know if I want to watch, like, I won't finish it. Have you been drinking, Ricada? Why this? Do people wear sunglasses when they drink? Is that like a thing? I never wore sunglasses while drinking. Let's start. Do you guys? Okay. This is against all of my policies. How about I do everything that is against every fiber of my being. A new Cooking with Kurt video dropped yesterday. And I've only been doing those for members, which I believe like that. I believe that is a good policy in general. But sometimes you got to throw out, you know, some free tickets, right? To get people to see what's there. And so maybe we should do Cooking with Kurt. His chicken enchilada soup, I think is what he just did. All right. Let's should we do that? Let's do that instead. And then we can do you have no interest in that cringe? That's fine. You don't have to stay. But the rest of us will have fun. And this will not be members only. This is just for you guys. All right. Let's do it. Hold on. Let me find it. And then I am going to do, I've been holding off on watching the Fuentes and Tucker interview because I think it's a really important thing. I think it's a really important part of what's going on. I think there's a sea change in American politics. I think all of that is happening. And why are you being like this? YouTube, you dick. And so I really think that interview is going to be something that's important at some point. And that doesn't say anything about whether or not like this is good or bad or like, anything beyond that. It is just, I think it's important. So I think we should watch it. That said, let's. This is, again, this dropped yesterday. Oh boy. This is what I think the internet was made for, honestly. is this right here. This is Cooking with Kurt. And this is did you see Kurt's recent video about dating? That also dropped, I think, yesterday, and I think it came after this one. Eric Duff, you're tapping out? I thought tapping out was for pussies. See you later. I'm just kidding. Mistress Femme Natal says, I have no clue why Fuentes is relevant. In my opinion, he's insufferable. See, this is the problem with politics, right? The problem with politics is that a rational person often cannot find a reasonable path to why something is happening politically. Politics happens in waves. Sometimes the waves are rogue. No matter what beach you're on, no matter what the ocean is doing that day, a rogue wave is always a risk. And when it happens, it changes everything. It changes the scape of the scenario. That's the Fuentes moment. Like anybody who's reasonable is like, wait, what the fuck is happening? Like this guy, like, well, I thought this guy was a meme or whatever. Like he said some stuff and he might have been funny or weird or controversial or whatever, but all of a sudden it's serious and people are taking him seriously. And he has made himself serious, which he's doing in a very smart way. Whether or not that's good or bad, I don't, that's not for me to say or decide. It just is. And you may look at that forever and go, this never makes sense. Jenny LJ gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Jenny. Very awesome. Very awesome. And in the spirit of grifting and gifting, let's go ahead and throw out 5 memberships of my own. Even though they're not necessary to watch this show tonight. Just as a thank you to you guys. And I hope that you enjoy Cooking with Kurt as much as I do. All right. So this is a chicken enchilada soup, whatever that means. Actually sounds like a pretty good concept. I think I would enjoy a chicken enchilada soup. I like chicken tortilla soup, so chicken enchilada soup sounds like it'd be good. Who knows? Let's see how Kurt executes this. And bang, here we go. Wait. Hold on, this is very important.
Nick, I now know that the real reason Kurt got mad was you never shared the cocaine and he never got the fun. I mean, smells worse than an unbathed cosplayer and has a micropeen.
I think nothing you said in that was untrue. Other than maybe, I don't know that Kurt would have done cocaine. I never offered it to him. He never asked, nothing like that. When I was, I will say this, like some people have asked about, people who knew and stuff like that. I never did cocaine around Kurt. I was under the influence of cocaine around Kurt a couple times, but he probably had no idea. All right. So let's see. This is Cooking with Kurt. And this is what we do, on some of these members only streams. And it may not be for everybody, but I hope it's for you. And if you think it's not for you, just give it a minute. Just let it happen. Just let it happen. Like when that hand goes over your mouth and suddenly you're pinned down, just let it happen.
Well, hello everyone, and welcome to Uncivil Law. I hope you're having a great day, and I'm having
just straight out the gate. He's got the retard volume. Hello everyone, I'm Uncivil Law. We're gonna make some food.
a fantastic day. and I'm wanting to share this joy with you. Feeling pretty good today, as I mentioned yesterday, I believe it was. I hit a nice benchmark for my bench press, so I was really happy about that. So I'm in a very
Okay, I gotta talk about this too. We haven't covered this. Kurt has been working out, and I think it's great. I think it's very good for him. He's apparently like he's down on his weight, like he's down on weight, and he's getting into better shape, which I think is necessary. I was very concerned about Kurt's health. As long as I knew him, he's a big guy, and being big in general comes with a lot of risks. Also, you're fat and gross, but it comes with a lot of health risks and concerns. And so him improving that, I think, is great. But one of the things he's done, like I saw this the other day, he did hit his bench press record that he hit is 300 pounds, which is amazing. Except he didn't actually bench press 300 pounds. It was 300 pounds implied, which means that whenever Kurt did bench press, he then used math to suggest that he would bench press 300 pounds, which is not how life works. I don't know if anybody knows this. There's like, I bench press 150 pounds 2,000 times. I can bench press 300 once. No, that's not how it goes. So he has an implied bench press of 300 pounds without actually having done 300-pound bench press. Now, Kurt bench presses more than me. And, obviously, I'm not, again, I think Kurt's physical improvements are phenomenal. I think he should keep doing them until he looks like a person rather than a manatee. And that's only good. It will only carry good health benefits for him down the road. But I do love this. Like my physical performance was figured out by math. It's like, oh, most people just try it. All right, so here we go.
very good mood. As a result of that, I did 5 by 260, which, depending on what calculator you use to convert such things, makes an implied 1 rep max of 300. And so I was trying to
now again, 5 reps of 260. Awesome. That's great. But that doesn't mean you lifted 300 pounds. He should just do it. Just fucking try it. Kate of the Swiss says, so 20 pounds of salt incoming for this meal. How did you know? All right, here we go.
Hit a 315 1 rep max for the big 3 lifts, and I've already hit that for squat and deadlift, and now I've hit 300 for bench, and I still have
implied, or did you do them? I just want to know, like, are those implied also? Because I don't believe in implied 1 rep maxes. Just do the fucking 1 rep max. I know it sucks because it kills your gym day, right? Like, but do it. Don't tell me you can bench 300 if you haven't actually put it up. I wouldn't do that. I can bench 400 pounds right now. Fuck you. Implied.
I have 2 months to go to my birthday, so I'm in very, very good spirits as a result of that. So I'm feeling very, very hyped right now.
Yeah.
So I'm in very positive spirits, and I've also taken up dancing. Well, I went to my first salsa class in a while. I did one in Alexandria a long time ago.
God is cruel because I don't have video of that.
And I've decided to try to take up salsa dancing or some other form of dancing perhaps, but I went to a salsa dancing class, and I'm going to give that a few more tries.
Salsa dancing, Kurt. Please. God, it's all I want for Christmas is a video of that. I hope he meets someone at the salsa dancing classes and it goes on forever. God, I want to see him with a rose in his mouth in competition. Oh my God. TMF Squid says some OnlyFans person tried advertising to me in the X DMs and also claimed to be Indian while rocking pictures of a woman that was obviously Colombian. I've seen it. Was her hand all like weird and up like this? Because that one happened. That one happened to me. I sent a picture of Kurt saying I was a professional racist. It's amazing. Oh.
It has multiple benefits, obviously. First of all, it's cardio.
Yep.
Second of all, it's socialization, gets out of my house. And hopefully, if I'm really lucky, helps me meet some ladies,
Yes.
you know, and get my social life a little bit more in play. So, you know, it has exercise benefits, it has social benefits, maybe dating benefits. So it all seems like a plus. I'm very excited about all that.
Kind of so fucking cool that he's doing that. No irony. I'm laughing. I'm laughing in joy. I really am. I'm happy for him. I hope it works out great. And I hope he loves it. Tactico says, why is Kurt using a lawyer argument for lift capacity? How is this shit supposed to get him women? I don't know. But he can lift more of them. He can hold them down more effectively.
And also recently of note, I've just been trying to figure out what I'm trying to do in terms of long term, in terms of my strength goals.
Right.
So I had this goal, as I mentioned, of hitting 315 by January. So that's obviously my goal now. And then I have a goal of hitting a 405 bench. So that'd be a 4-plate bench. And depending again on what calculator I'm using and what assumptions I'm making, it's giving a very wide range of possibilities for those things. So it's giving like, you know, what is the realistic time frame estimate for a 405 bench? So
look, you guys in the chat wondering like what good this does for Kurt getting a woman. None like practically. When you're shaped like Kurt, it doesn't matter if you can bench 400 pounds. Like it doesn't matter. No one cares. Like that is not helping him be more attractive. It has intangible benefits. Like it may boost his self-confidence and stuff like that. And his overall health, those are good. And those are good benefits to it that may help with dating and stuff. So I think that's encouraging. But like, no, he's talking through all this. Like, okay, yeah, right. Like if you're wondering how that's going to help him date, it will not, it just won't. Other than like those intangibles, that's what it's going to work on here. Team F Squid says, Kurt isn't training to get women. He's training for the only role available to him, taking one for the team and taking a whale home. He's got to haul her into shore with a fucking rope.
Wait, Kurt is trying salsa dancing. This idiot lived 3D in Austin and is in Texas, learned to waltz, get his hat reshaped, and remember, line dancing is a spectator sport. It's simple.
I mean, I guess it depends on who you want to meet, right? And, you know, salsa dancing is a dance of love and romance.
You know, it could be as much as 18 months or potentially 6 months. So it's like, I guess we'll call it 6 to 18 months for lack of a better window at the time. And also I'm just trying to figure out right now, as part of that goal, how I want to mix in hypertrophy as well as strength. Because right now it's just been strength training. It's been just all strength. And I was like, okay, do I want to like do a month of strength and then like a month of hypertrophy? The big difference is your rep range, in case you care.
Yeah, we don't care. Get to the fucking cooking, Kurt. Get to the cooking. Tell me about the macros.
Like instead of doing low reps at high weight, you do higher reps at a lower weight. And the advantage of that is lower. When you do more weight at lower reps, it builds more strength. When you do higher reps at a lower weight, it builds muscle, volume of muscle. And also it's good because not only does so hypertrophy is good for the aesthetic of, you know, looking more muscular, right? So you've seen, I'm sure, plenty of strong men, you know, very, very strong men, you know, people like the Mountain, but they're not, you know, their physique is not particularly like.
He picks the worst example because the Mountain's physique is particularly ridiculous. He's not a guy who's shaped like a fucking bowling ball. He's shaped like a giant ass man. He's huge. His name is Half Thor because he's half of Thor. He's fucking massive. And he's shaped like like buff. And when he and I think Eddie Hall were like they did their fight prep where they leaned out and stuff, like they looked insane. They looked insane. Some of those guys are just big, bulky meatballs like Kurt, like, right? But don't pick the mountain. Again, you could pick any strongman. He picks like the mountain. It's like, sorry, Hafthor Bjornsson does not look like that. He looks like he would, I don't know. He's about as shredded as you can be at that size and strength. Jenny LJ gifted 5 more memberships. Woo! Thank you, Jenny. Really appreciate that. You're catching up with him. Fuck you.
As clean as like a bodybuilder, right? Because that's not what they're going for. So if you want more of that physique look, that's not necessarily the same as strength. But another reason to do it in addition to strength is it's not necessarily helpful for strength to just be doing strength all the time. This is called periodization. I'm just trying to learn.
I love it. He has read a book on weight training and conditioning. He's like, oh yeah, he uses all the fucking jargon. It's so funny. Lawyers love jargon. This isn't a Kurt thing. I think it's a lawyer thing. But he's like, yeah. So, you got to do this and this and this. It's like most people just recognize, like, when you work out, you can't do the same thing over and over because your body's fucking lazy and your body becomes very efficient at doing the same thing. So you increase reps and stuff, but you plateau out. So you shock your system by doing something else, or you just generally rotate what you do. That's why you do that, but whatever.
Out with the stuff. I'm trying to explain my very basic take of this like I understand anything. But it's, you do these things in periods or in training blocks to give your body time to like rest and reset. It's not necessarily good to like stay in strength mode all the time. So I'm
just do biceps, nothing else.
Trying to like learn a little bit more about that and trying to figure out how I want to do about that. So basically I'm just strength mode until my birthday. So it's all strength until my birthday. It's strength through and through until my birthday. And then I'm not 100% sure what we're doing after that. So if you have any thoughts or any experience on this, let me know. Also, trying to figure out like what workout app to use. I've been using this app called Gravel, Gravel.
The app you should use is Pick Shit Up,
which is pretty good. It seems to me. I was using this app called Fitbod for a long time, but I don't really trust its AI numbers anymore. The way it generates the numbers, it doesn't also seem like the creators are necessarily doing a lot to update the app. So it seemed I'm not really sure I trust Fitbod anymore. It was a good app, but I wanted to try something else. So I'm doing this app.
Janvier says at the start of his makeover, he was trimming down. I could see results. It just boomeranged. Well, here's the thing. If there are different competing interests here, if you want to become strong, you do strength training. If you want to lose weight, you stop fucking eating. And that's what you do. But if you want to lose weight by going to the gym, you have to fuel your body. When you go to the gym, you get hungry. Your body needs to replenish the calories that it's burning, and the fats and the proteins. Like those need to come back. And oftentimes people, if they eat to their, they eat to their strength goals or whatever, or they end up overeating because they're fucking hungry because you just worked out a bunch. When I was marathon training, I ate so much, thousands and thousands of calories a day, especially on running days. You could run and, you run 15 to 20 miles and you can just sit down, eat like a whole pizza or whatever. You're fine because your body is like, I need to refuel. Right. that's why my advice is, if you want to lose weight, you need to stop eating. Does that mean you should never eat? No. It's just funnier to say stop fucking eating, you fatso. But if you want to lose weight, you got to create a calorie deficit, and it needs to be significant, or it's going to take forever. It's 3,500 calories per pound. Just stop. You got to stop eating. That's it. There's no way around it. If you stop eating, or like you start dieting and then going to the gym and you start tailoring your diet, you're not going to lose the weight. You're going to convert it into muscle. You'll be in better shape, but you're not going to lose the numbers. Like, it's not going to go down. Big people need to get less big, in my opinion, and then you build muscle later, build mass after you have lost all that mass. Don't try to convert it. You're not good at it.
Called Gravel, which is very similar in a lot of ways to Fitbod, but I've been using that for the last 2.5 months or whatever, and that's been good. And Gravel, you can say what your goal is. So you can say strength versus hypertrophy versus whatever. So one thought is just staying within the Gravel app and just keep doing that. But I've been also experimenting with other apps. I was experimenting with Juggernaut AI, but I found
El Barto lost 75 pounds in 6 months. Eat less, move more. It's really, if you want to lose weight, and that's what chonkers need to do. You got to first lose the weight, and then get in shape. Like, you can do, like, lose the weight, get all that fucking stress off of your body, and then start working out. Holy shit.
Found the interface clunky. I found what it was asking me to do, like, it didn't make intuitive sense to me. I didn't really understand what it was doing and why, right? I go to the gym and it would ask me to do weights, and it's not like, and I don't understand why, and its workout segments just didn't make sense to me, and it didn't really explain things. Like, Juggernaut, based on my research, is considered to be one of the big players in, like, strong lifting, lifting for strength, lifting for, the big three, to get your big three numbers up. But I found the interface clunky, and
Jay Wink or Kurt could do some cocaine. Yeah. The powder diet works really, really well. It just does. There's no way around it. I didn't do shit for working out, right? Like, when I'd started to, but then once I was on drugs, like, I didn't anymore. And it is amazing because you're never hungry. You're barely thirsty, and your body just gets rid of all of the fat that's got stored around, and suddenly you like have muscle definition even if you don't work out. It was fantastic. It was the easiest way to lose weight. Don't do it. It's a bad overall thing, but that did work that way. It was wild. Tactico says just walking, drinking water, and black coffee should do wonders for him. He needs to build stamina and alternate lifting workouts. Cut out bread and pasta. Well, we're going to get chicken enchilada soup, which I'm sure has no carbs in it at all.
I didn't really understand it, and I found it a little bit confusing. And I tried it for a while, like 2 weeks, and I'm like, I don't know if Juggernaut is for me. I was experimenting with this other app called Alpha Performance or something like that, which I'm trying now. Maybe that's the play. I could just stick with Gravel. I don't know. So if anyone has any thoughts.
Common Sense 952 says, I've almost got divorced since Nick read my super chat 3 years ago during my 25th anniversary. Well, I've gone through quite a bit of changes, and I don't believe. Let me rephrase that. I think we overemphasize preserving the institution, and in doing so, we forget about the people who are under the institution. And I think there are times when a marriage maybe should end, but that time, if people want to fight for their marriage, they should. That's true. My theory used to always be to always encourage people to fight for the marriage. And what I found out was that unknowingly, I had encouraged people to stay in marriages where there was abuse going on and, and other issues that I did not know about. I didn't know about those things, but I encouraged people to, remain in those relationships. And if I could go back, I would change those decisions. And I'd get more information about what was going on before just blindly encouraging people to preserve the marriage because it has the word marriage attached to it. Some of those relationships may have been a marriage at one point and aren't anymore, despite the fact there's a legal status of being married, but the relationship itself is just ahead of the legal status. As for you personally, I hope that whatever you are looking for, you find. I think that's more important than me saying, oh, I hope your marriage is saved. I don't know what your problems are. I have no idea who you are and I have no idea what you want. So I won't blindly encourage that. What I will say is this, 25 years is a long time to have put into something, and whatever decision you make, it's important and critical. So make it intentionally. Don't be led into staying or going. Choose to stay or go. That's what you should do. But I hope you find peace, whatever it is. Scott Jonesy, with a member chat, says calories in and calories out. It's not complex. Correct. That's how weight works. Period. It's how weight works. Calories in, calories out. You create a calorie deficit by either not eating, right? Eating less or moving more. There you go. There's nothing complicated about it. And it is math. And anyone who says that, oh, no, that's not how it works for me. Yes, it is. Because the thermodynamics is a law, not a suggestion. It's a law and it works for everybody. What isn't working is your honesty with yourself about how you're doing it. Or maybe you're making mistakes in how you're tallying up your calories or whatever. Calories in, calories out. Create a caloric deficit, you lose weight. Have a caloric surplus, you gain it. Period.
On like what workout app to do or these thoughts. I'm interested to hear these thoughts because I'm trying to figure out what's going on and trying to.
Kaioken, you had some legal trouble as well. Well, man, if you need anyone to talk to about it, reach out to me. Just DM me or email me or whatever. Just as an ear and a friend. Like I hope your legal woes are get resolved.
Figure out what will make the most sense for me in the long term. Past my birthday. So, I have another 2 months. To try to figure it out. I'll probably just stick with gravel for the next 2 months because there's no particular reason not to. I've already had great success with gravel. It's already accomplishing my goal. So there's no particular motivation to switch for the purposes of achieving my goal, my January goal. But, in the future, like maybe I want to do something else. So, after my birthday, maybe I want to try like RP, try the RP app. That's really hypertrophy. But maybe I want to try that. So I don't know. If anyone has any thoughts, let me know. In any event, that's a little update in my life.
FAP app maybe is only hope. Does Pornhub have an app?
Things are good. And all the rest of it. We are going to basically be doing a chicken enchilada soup. It might be a little thick to call it a soup. My birthday's in January. So we're going to be doing a soup and or we're going to thicken it up maybe. So I don't know if it's really quite a soup. Maybe it qualifies as a stew when you thicken it up, but I don't know. Anyways, this is more of a dump recipe. So the recipe is pretty simple here. But I'll show you what we're doing. I've already got part of it made, and then I was like, you know what? Maybe I'll make the rest with you. So what we're going to do here is we just got a friendly Instapot. So already all we have in the
Miss Peachy Keen. So right now I hate lawyers. Welcome to the party, lady. I've hated them for a really long fucking time.
Pot so far is 5 pounds of boneless.
5 pounds of boneless chicken. That's how he starts his soup. 5 pounds of chicken. Fuck me. Holy shit. Oh my God. He's upgraded from the 4-pound casseroles. Jeez. Oh my God. Kurt will achieve his weight loss goals in 2076 when he's finally been eaten.
Skinless chicken thigh. And then we have a tablespoon of garlic. That's all that's in the
Smishia Boy. Been here since 2017. Sucks that the show changed and things are put behind a paywall. The things that are put behind a paywall are non-legal content. It's this. This is what we do behind the paywall. You should join us. It's fun. I did several streams in a row behind a paywall as a thank you to the members on YouTube and the supporters on Locals who supported me through a time when I wasn't producing any content. And they supported me just because. And that support kept my family afloat. All right. When I wasn't able to. So when I came back, when I decided to come back, I wanted to make sure, because the other times I came back, I didn't do this. And I think it was a mistake. I wanted to make sure and thank the people who kept me going. Because in many ways, they literally kept me alive, knowing that there was support out there. Because there were times where it didn't feel like it, man. And so I wanted to do a couple streams in a row to let people know that, one, thank you for being a member. Like, thank you for that support that happens every month. It means the world. It really does. And two, that I intend to provide value and tell you what it is, right? Like, provide value to memberships so that there's something there. Because I didn't for a really long time. That was a mistake. I mean, I couldn't stream at all, but it was a mistake to not acknowledge the people who were there, who just said, hey, we're here. When you come back, we'll be here. So that's why I did it. Don't worry. Most of the content is still going to be free and accessible to everybody, but I'll be adding members only content on a more frequent and intentional basis is my goal. Like, that's what I want to do. Again, it's a big thank you and to encourage people. Membership on YouTube is $2 a month. On Locals, it's $5. If you can't afford that, and I know some people can't, again, I'm sorry, but you know, a bunch of people did pay that, and it kept me going. So my thank you is like, I'm going to do a couple members only streams like right in a row until I can get like the regular streams going, which that's happening now. So I didn't really communicate that well. It's hard to communicate all this stuff to everybody because distribution, the way it works, it's hard to talk to even your own your own channel, your own people like you. I did the entire Karen Reed trial and saw on Twitter someone was like, God, I wish you would have been here for the Karen Reed trial. Yeah, I was there. All except for a couple days in the last day. But so it's really hard to communicate out to people when you're back and stuff. But don't worry. The free content will be here.
Pot right now. So just the 5 pounds of chicken and 1 tablespoon of garlic is all that's in the pot right now. And then we're going to add in the remainder of our ingredients and go from there. All right, great. So the next thing we need to do is add in black beans. Exciting. But so that we don't, get that gray water bullshit, that you do with black beans, we're going to just rinse them real fast. So we're going to drain it, and just run it in the, we're just going to run it under the sink for a second to get rid of some of that residual bean water, because no one needs bean water in their life, right? Bean water is not where it's at. So
no. What are you talking about? I was reading the chat too much. I wasn't listening to him. We got to go back. Look at that physique. Peak masculinity. He looks like a literal loaf of bread. Cuts in, goes down, goes over. Holy shit. Tactico says, turn your Discord back on. Baby steps. Maybe we'll get a Discord going again. It became a mess, and I really would love it if locals would incorporate Discord into their memberships automatically, because like YouTube does and stuff like that, because it really, like, you just can't, it just doesn't work that way. Okay, I wasn't listening. I want to hear what he says about the beans. I'm sorry.
All right, great. So the next thing we need to do is add in black beans. Exciting. But so that we don't,
those beans are always late.
Get that gray water bullshit, that you do with black beans, we're going to just rinse them real fast. So we're going to drain it, and just run it in the, we're just going to run it under the sink for a second to get rid of some of that residual bean water, because...
Why do you want to get rid of the bean water? That bean water is good. I mean, I wouldn't drink it or anything, but it's good in a soup or a stew. What are you talking about? Get rid of the bean water. The fuck? Joseph Fazio says, Nick, you are the king of late night. You are a good enough host to take over the Tonight Show, hands down. You have what it takes. Anyone who disagrees is just jealous. They don't have your magnetic talent. Well, thank you. It's very, very humbling, heartwarming, and boner making compliment. Thank you, Joseph Fazio. May the hand of communism always miss when it aims to grab your neck.
No one needs bean water in their life, right? Bean water is not where it's at. So
no one needs bean water. Bean water is like, look, I prefer no bean chilies and stuff like that, but I really want to start getting into making beans from scratch. I don't typically do that. I tend to use canned black beans and white cannellini beans for bean-based chilies and stuff like that. Again, Texas Red is my favorite, okay? Like, no bean Texas Red. But I also occasionally like a beaned chili, right? That bean water is flavor. It's flavor, it's seasoning, and it's like it's already done. Put your bean water in the garden, I think. Maybe. I need some bean. I need like a shot of bean water. Damn it. This is how I get things.
Great. That's easy enough. So 1 can of black beans.
Frijoles negros.
Rinsed. Come on.
He's washing the beans more than his hands or dishes. Hello, lovely. Nailed it. Holy shit.
All right. Neat. Great. Next. 1 can of corn. I'm going with Del Monte fire roasted corn. Exciting.
No, it isn't. It's not exciting. Thank you. Hello, lovely.
1 can, and I'll just drain this liquid. I won't rinse it, I'll just drain it. Okay. Great. Okay. We've got.
Did he drain the corn?
1 can.
I was reading the.
Rotel fire roasted diced tomatoes for that extra.
Did he drain the corn and wash it? You can't have that corn water, the dirty, disgusting corn water. Hold on. Dude. Fuck. I missed it. He drained it, but he didn't wash it. Yeah. Gross. Gross.
Okay. Great. Okay. We've got
5 pounds.
1 can Rotel fire roasted diced tomatoes.
He's put a can of beans in with 5 fucking pounds of meat. It's crazy. So his ratios are way off.
For that extra fire roasted goodness.
Fire roasted corn.
With green chilies, Rotel is awesome and probably should be in every dish.
No, God. Look, I never used to use canned anything. Now I've learned about canned tomatoes and like that canned tomatoes have their place. They have their place and they have their use, and that place is important. And I now support and love canned tomatoes. Good with it. But you don't use them in everything. And putting Rotel, the fucking, I know some people with Rotel obsession, and it's like, stop. Just get some goddamn tomatoes that are good. I use San Marzano tomatoes pretty much exclusively. Get those and season them your fucking self.
Yoink.
I learned to love
Nice.
Niblet.
Okay. For a little extra heat, where's my other can of Rotel? Did the store cheat me and only give me 1 can of Rotel today? That would be sad for me.
Is Joaquin my all-time favorite Joker actor? Yeah, I just think the performance in Joker was like Heath Ledger's performance was phenomenal. It really was. Don't misunderstand. But I think Joaquin's performance in Joker was better. It's just something else. And it humanized Joker in a completely different way. It was really fucking great. And I loved that movie. I haven't watched the other one with Lady Gaga or whatever. I heard it was shit. That makes me sad. I don't know if it was shit, but I heard it was. And if you hear something, it's probably true. All right. Here we go. Yeah, I know EVS said it was great. And that's encouraging because I've I tend to like EVS's takes, and he's not afraid to he's not afraid to go against the grain, like the rage baiting of the review cast on YouTube is like, it's the worst movie ever. Marvel has done blah blah blah. It's like, okay, yeah, I got it. And so that, they all immediately said it was was shitty, and EVS said it was good, like really good, and I was like, okay, you know what? I bet I'll like it.
Well, I think I only.
Oh, please tell you what the cat picture actually is. Okay, so there was a thing that happened here. It's a cat picture up over there, right? So there was a thing that happened. It was a kind of a viral video moment during COVID when all the courts switched to, had to switch to Zoom, and all these fucking boomers, and Civil War survivors who were either judges or lawyers, like suddenly had to use technology. And this lawyer shows up to court on a Zoom hearing, and he's a fucking cat, right? He's got the cat filter on, and he's like, I'm here to tell the court that my granddaughter was using my laptop, and she has the filter, or she has this setting on. I am not a cat, but I am ready to proceed. And it was like the funniest thing. So there's just a viral moment, and the artist who did it is my friend Eric Waugh. He's a phenomenal artist. He also did the Johnny Depp painting. If you remember the painting I used to have behind me, which was all the liquor bottles, that he also did that one. He's phenomenally talented, wonderful artist. And he would basically paint these viral moments. And then he would auction them off and donate the proceeds to charity. So I bought the Johnny Depp one, and I bought the cat one at auction. So that's the story of those paintings. That's why they're.
One can of Hertel. I'm supposed to have a hot can of Hertel, but I don't see it. Well, that's annoying, but not a crisis.
Rotel stock goes.
Well, we'll see what happens. Maybe it'll turn up. All right. Oh, there it is. It was right next to me the whole time. I just am blind. Okay. We got a hot can of Rotel. So this is with the other one's with green chilies, and this one's with habaneros for a little extra heat. So one can of regular, one can of hot, so that, get the spice balance the way I like it. So get my can opener. Okay.
That look. I don't know who EVS. Ethan Van Sciver. He's a comic book.
Excellent. Good.
Former DC comic book artist, and now he runs a channel on YouTube. Great guy. Good for him.
We got ourselves 2 cans.
I guess.
Of enchilada sauce.
I don't know. He's a
for that enchilada glory.
Is he a good friend? He's got 2 cans of enchilada sauce. I've never heard of enchilada sauce. Tug Simps, he could have just bought a can of soup. Yeah. Well, if you're going to make a soup, why are you using everything from a fucking can? Just get canned soup. Like, you just get canned chicken tortilla soup. There's probably a really good one if you look for it, or chicken enchilada soup.
Okay. Nice. Give ourselves a little bit of a stir.
Bradley Jacobs says, did you see that Kurt is representing a tool thief who's trying to sue the guy he stole from? Yes. It's remarkable watching him talk about it as well. It's insane. It is fucking insane. Like, okay, guys, Kurt has not practiced law, which is fine. I'm not a criticism, but I always kind of thought he had practiced law some, and I found out, no, he never practiced, but now he's starting to practice law. Cool. His first client is a case in which he is representing someone who is suing the police because the police charged him with the crime of theft. He was found not guilty of whatever they charged him. But the police returned the property to the person it was stolen from rather than the fucking thief. And so the thief is now suing the police because he's found not guilty. He's like, no, that shit's mine, which it wasn't. It wasn't. Just because they couldn't prove that you stole the property sufficient for the criminal statute doesn't mean you didn't steal the property. And so he's representing the thief in suing because the property went back to the actual owner. It's unreal. And he talks about it, and the way he describes it, you're like, holy shit, that's who you're representing. Okay. All right. Sure. Go for it. I hope you win.
Okay, nice. Looking good.
Oh,
all right.
Ew.
So far, so good. Great. All right. Next. Let's see.
Getting paid. Allegedly, props to him, but like, holy shit.
Okay, because I wanted to be slightly lazy about it, I got a bag of pre-cut, chopped green pepper.
Magic! He's magical! The bag of pre-cut, chopped green peppers is what makes him lazy. Not the fucking 18 cans of soup of shit that he just poured in there. He's lazy because of the chopped green pepper, the frozen chopped green pepper, which incidentally is a better ingredient than all the canned shit he just put in. It's fucking unreal. Like, how can he do this? How can he always say the thing that is like blows my mind? It's why he's the best he's the best streamer on YouTube. I swear to God. I do not mean that as a joke. That's real.
I actually got myself 2 of them. And I also got myself a thing of pre-cut onion, so I didn't have to.
Again, pre-cut fresh onion. Who cares? That's not lazy. It's efficient. It's not economical. It costs a little more than buying, just an onion and cutting it yourself. Cutting an onion isn't that big of a deal. But hey, I use pre-cut onion all the time. Sometimes like pre-cut green pepper, or like bell peppers and shit at the grocery store, like has sliced up. Man, you get that shit and you just start throwing it in a pan with some heat. Throwing some chopped up zucchini and squash, bell peppers and onions. Holy fuck. It gets really good. Throwing it fresh, like chop up your own fresh jalapeno, or you can buy some, I guess. But I like jalapeno a little bit, sliced a little bit bigger than the store. They always mince it up too small. But throwing some fresh jalapeno, add a little chicken stock to that, like as it's after it has cooked and seared off for a while. It's good shit, like really easy, super simple. Throw in some fucking miniature white mushrooms, cremini mushrooms with it. Oh my God, I'm getting fucking hungry. And you can do all this, and it's all fresh stuff. It's not canned. The problem with canned and frozen stuff is you really have to start worrying about how much sodium is going into your food. Like they're just loaded with sodium to preserve them, right? Like, and so it messes with the season, like the flavor of your dish, because it gets loaded up with fucking salt. And there's no way around it. And so, like, that's the problem with it. The fresh stuff that's chopped up by your grocery store, use that shit all day. Now, sometimes you want the sodium, like, is it canned tomatoes? Like, the tomato water is an important thing that you actually want. The canning of them is actually beneficial. It's a different product than a fresh tomato, and that's fine. That's an okay thing. There are times when I'll grab some cherry tomatoes, olive oil in the pan, throw the cherry tomatoes in there, let them basically blister up all over their skin. You smash them down, you make a tomato sauce, a really simple one. Add in some basil, you can add in some onion, and you can add in some fucking oregano, and I said basil. You can add some thyme, parsley. Great, easy. Garlic, shitload of garlic, because it's Italian and they smell. And yeah, but there are other times you want to get like a can of San Marzano tomatoes and smash them up and make a tomato sauce that way. It's different sauce, different uses. But there are uses for sometimes those, like high sodium things or whatever. Like if you want the tomato water specifically, that's helpful. But the chopped fresh stuff is great. Not lazy. It's, if you can afford it, it saves you a bunch of time. It's a good thing to do. What are you doing?
Do we have a running sodium total?
Do you love black people, Nika?
I do love black people. I do not know if anybody has done the sodium total so far. We have the can of black beans. We've got the can of Rotel fire roasted corn. If anybody in the chat wants to do this, a can of Rotel fire roasted corn. The black beans were a generic. It was good value. So I think that's the Walmart generic. Rotel fire roasted corn, Rotel fire roasted tomatoes. And then he had, what was the other thing? Fuck. And then he had the 2 cans of enchilada sauce. I didn't see what brand those were. But if someone wants to, it was Del Monte corn. Okay, but it was fire roasted because he wanted to bring the fire or whatever. I don't know. Was there something else that he added as well? That's what I saw.
To do it myself. So, in the name of laziness, we got those made. So we will add in the yellow onion. Yoink. We will add in.
You should saute your onions. Like you should do that most of the time, unless you have them fresh. I don't know what to talk about.
Chopped green pepper.
Mediocre value corn.
And I'm going to go ahead and add in the other bag of green pepper too.
And again, he has filled this Instapot to capacity. It's like he doesn't get it. He's going to add the other bag of green peppers. Bro, you need a bigger Instapot to cook 5 fucking pounds of chicken. What are you doing?
Because I bought 2 bags of green peppers, so I wanted to see how it looked when I put it together, but I'm going to go ahead and add in the second bag.
Yeah, no browning on the chicken, no browning on the onions. My problem with the bell pepper is you should add Oh, sorry. I forget that like StreamYard fucks up the the audio and it doesn't come through as well. Thank you, Chris Griffin, for reminding me. He should have browned the chicken. You got to saute the onions. Personally, I think you should saute your bell peppers as well. You should be adding color to most of these vegetables. Your canned tomatoes, you don't need to saute for, like, they're canned. I don't know. You're not going to get that. You don't saute the beans. You don't saute the corn. None of that makes sense. But like your bell peppers, your onions, and your chicken, you should be searing off the edges, the outside of the chicken to throw in. This is an enchilada soup, man. Roasted bell pepper, like you want the onions, sauteed onions. Like that's what you're making here. Fajita vegetables are going into this. Cook them. Put flavor on them. Have heat make magical protein changes.
Great. Okay. So that's 2 bags of chopped green pepper, 1 bag of chopped onion. That is looking pretty good to me. I think we got ourselves the makings of a winner. I think, to me. Great. Okay. Now we're going to do, I think we'll do 3 because of how much chicken there is. 3 is probably, yeah. So we're going to do ourselves 3 cubes of this chicken bouillon with tomato flavor. It's chicken bouillon tomato. So the 3 cubes of that.
The frozen green peppers are 5 milligrams of sodium. Color me shocked that those are not just piles of salt as well. But props there.
Oh, I forgot. Have you ever heard someone struggle to breathe that much while using a can opener?
No, everyone else I know has a basic physical health that's actually on the BMI chart. I hope he adds a bunch of bouillon cubes.
We're just going to shove it into the pot.
Is it just bouillon? Yeah. Oh, shit. Good luck. Okay. 2 bouillon cubes.
Okay.
Is there a third one? Here's a third one.
Nice. Okay, now we're going to take a little.
Holy shit. Chicken bouillon cube. We just need what? Knorr bouillon. What's who does the bouillon cubes? Like the obvious popular one. He didn't show. Okay, here we go. This one's a local one. No, go away. Okay, so chicken bouillon. These are Knorr. Let's see what we got here. 1,100 milligrams of sodium per cube, if they're the Knorr ones. That's a lot of fucking salt.
Bit of smoked paprika, which will be nice.
Why? Is that half cube? Oh, you're right. Fuck. Okay. 2,220 milligrams of sodium per cube. Thanks for pointing that out. Fuck. There's
I'm just gonna like.
status of 660 milligrams of sodium just from the cubes.
Okay, that should be good.
Hold on.
I just got done watching Kurt smack his lips and moan to the toaster steak. Now sloppy sounds and bouillon. That's some cruel and unusual punishment. Help a brother out, my nigga. You said Kurt uses gadgets because of magic and sorcery. The only magic in that kitchen is the way food disappears around Kurt. In his defense, his gravity has to be equivalent to a black hole.
Which is bigger than a white hole. They drained off
a little bit of black pepper.
So it's hard to figure out how much sodium came in from the beans. I mean, those beans took a ton of fucking salt. So you can't wash all that off.
Good. Great.
Great. Looks lovely. Use your tiny...
Let's make... Oh, that pepper smells good. Mmm. Gotta love black pepper, man.
Out of the stirring ASMR is brutal.
Trying to mix it.
Spilling it over the edge is fucking slob.
Up a little bit.
He can't pressure cook that. It's too high. What the fuck do you know? Yes, he can.
We'll mix it obviously as it cooks, but just a little bit to get started. We don't need to add any additional salt because we already had the chicken bouillon, so there's plenty of salt in there. If we need to add more salt, we'll add more salt later. And that's it for now. Then once it finishes cooking, we will add in a block of
cream cheese, I'm guessing. Team F Squid says, is Kurt cooking or making diarrhea ASMR? You know the answer to this.
We will add in a block of Philadelphia cream cheese and this 8-ounce blend of cheddar. So that will be enough.
Ah, fuck. Guys, I'm getting text messages from my heart saying, stop watching this.
Nice to bring the creaminess up.
Yeah, Hello Lovely points makes a nice observation. Quit leaning over the pot with your dandruff flakes, you monster. He wants a sodium count on Kurt's about 3 ounces of Kurt's scalp.
And that will be great. Well, and it is Sunday, which means it's time for Zepbound. Exciting. Part of my continuing weight loss efforts. All right.
My continuing weight loss efforts as I overstuff a pressure cooker with 5 pounds of chicken for soup. Man, when I use 2 pounds of chicken, I cook like a chicken soup or whatever. I use 2 pounds of chicken breast, in a pretty big pot, bigger than his pressure cooker. And it is a sufficient amount of chicken. Like it is fine. It's actually a lot of chicken. And when you add in all the other vegetables, like it's a significant amount of food. Holy fuck, 5 pounds. Was he like? What was he doing there? Was he farting?
Okay, great. Very good. Okay, friends. Well, that basically concludes.
There's his soup right there. That concludes it.
This, and then I'm just going to let this slow cook for a couple hours, and that will be, my meal tonight. And then,
unfortunately, we won't get to see the result unless he shows the result in the dating video that followed this. God, we're gonna.
And I'll probably add in some rice or put it on top of rice to serve it, and that will be all good. All right. Very good. Okay.
Wait, this ogre realized there was already too much sodium, but plans to add more later. Is he trying to preserve this soup until he's 55? Because that's when the heart attack happens.
I don't know, man. His cooking technique is something that is truly mythical.
Oh, and I need to also, because it's Sunday, I need to fill my pill dispenser for the week, or my supplement dispenser for the week. So we'll do that together, because that would be fun.
Oh,
so
right.
we'll do supplement dispenser. Yay. Okay, so we're just gonna.
We can look at his other meals, which are all in gel caps.
Take our pot here. One pot. Great. Put on the lid. There's enough liquid in that. I don't think we need to add any more.
He just put his hand. He just went ahead and dipped his fingers in the fucking soup with all that raw chicken everywhere. Like, what is going on? Bentagel, member for 2 months, his meal tonight. That's 2 whole chickens. Yeah. Yeah, that's the meat from 2 whole chickens. It's fucking unreal. How like, Tasmanaut says, I missed the lore. What happened between Rackets and Kurt? I talked about it earlier in this video. Very brief summary. Kurt said some bullshit around after my arrest. Accused me of promising to pay people and not paying them, which is fucking false. Period. I don't pay people to come on my show. I don't do that. It exposed a bunch of jealousy around the success I had during Rittenhouse and Johnny Depp. I paid people in exposure that literally you cannot get. You can't get it. people like Kurt were on streams with 80,000, 100,000 people watching live. Millions of views have followed. Just because. Impossible moments. It was happening on my channel because I just happened to want to watch the Kyle Rittenhouse trial, and I started inviting some friends on to talk. I did not offer to pay them. I would not do that. And to buy your way onto that show for that kind of exposure would cost tens of thousands of dollars per episode. So anyone who is mad that I didn't pay them can fuck right off. A lot of people built six-figure salaries off of being on those streams because it gave them the boost and exposure they needed to reach people and start attracting their own audience. And I didn't ask for a thing. I certainly didn't offer it. So to say that I offered to pay people and didn't pay people is doubly offensive and false. That was some bullshit that happened. I was very mad about it for a while, and I like that. That was enough for me. I didn't want to be Kurt's friend anymore or whatever. I've since forgiven him for that. Like, I don't care anymore. It doesn't matter. I'm not mad at Kurt anymore. I was. I'm not. Now, what I did was just started watching his content as if he was anybody else on the internet, and it's my favorite thing to watch. So I watch it with y'all. That's it. I wish him well. I don't want to associate with him or be his friend for reasons I explained earlier. I won't rehash, but he's not a person I can hang out with. That said, and that has nothing to do with the shit he said about me paying people and not paying people or whatever. Like, that's not why I can't hang out with Kurt. It's because of who he is. But I wish him well, as I would wish, anybody well. And he produces the greatest show that exists.
Okay, and we're just going to do slow cook, and that'll be great.
Just 7 hours of slow cooking. Why is he cooking this shit for 7 hours? Like, it's chicken breasts. Everything else is pre-cooked, or will be cooked in an hour. Like, this is a soup. You could make this on your stovetop in like 2 hours, and it would be phenomenal. What the fuck is he? You can actually probably make this soup in 45 minutes, honestly. You sear the chicken, you throw it in, you bring it up to a boil, you reduce it to a simmer, you leave it for 45 minutes. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. This doesn't need hours of incorporation. Everything's pre-cooked. It really simple stuff, and it's just chicken breast. It's not like this is a pork shoulder or something like that.
Great. Excellent. And then we have to
obliterate,
clean this mess we made.
Whoa!
This is a nice little mess.
Notice
So we'll go ahead and clean that.
It's another mess that wasn't cleaned. I'm glad he's cleaning this up. The white noise from his fucking I don't know what sound that is. It's on all of his videos. Just I don't know what that is. What is this shit back here?
Oops.
Something pizza casserole.
Something minors.
Yeah, that's about it. Long story short, during his pizza casserole video, he invited minors over, 16 and 17-year-old, age of consent in Texas, to his house for pizza casserole, wine, and sex. I don't think that's appropriate for a man his age to be doing. I don't care if it's legal or not. Like, my opinion, that's not something I'm down with. It shows Kurt's utter lack of understanding or respect of women and for women. Like, and again, I don't care if the age of consent is 16. Fuck off. Gross.
All right.
And the wine isn't legal. That's what he said. Come over for pizza casserole, wine, maybe a little more.
This is just Simply Green in a spray bottle, diluted per the instructions on the manual.
Benjagel says just not allowed to buy it. Consume in private shouldn't matter. No, that's not true. Many states have a specific law that makes it unlawful for you to give alcohol to a minor, with the exception being that parents can usually provide a minor with alcohol in their own home. Like that's a thing that's allowed. I think that's going to be changing at some point, whatever, but like that's the thing that's allowed. That is not allowed from someone who is not the parent of the child.
The background noise is the industry AC unit he need to cool off. When you have gravity, you have a molten core.
Holy fuck. TBRHT, 3 months member. Thank you. Says that'll be dinner tonight. The whole thing? Heart, yeah. Love you back. Thanks for being a member. Really appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, who knows how much you'll eat. Why do I think it'll be changing? In which way? The laws, or the laws that make it legal for parents to allow their children to drink in the privacy of their home are holdovers from a time when, we were much more lax about alcohol. They're from the era where drinking and driving was legal. Like, there were laws stating it was okay and stuff. The effects of alcohol on children. I mean, I think there's a strong argument to be made that providing, a child, a minor, with alcohol is literally abusive. I mean, it's dangerous to the level, dangerous and permanently damaging to developing brains, to the way that, any other substances, marijuana, cocaine, MDMA, they are dangerous specifically to developing brains. Those things are considered child abuse. I think we're trending away from, allowing children to drink and allowing people to do things with alcohol like that. That's going away. So that's why I think that they'll change that. I think there'll probably be a push by, MAD and SAD to get away from, to take those laws and go after them. Like, to me, that's just my opinion of what I think is coming.
Come on, spray bottle. Come on. There we go. There we go. Now it's cooperating. All right.
Guys, phenomenal. His like, I'm cleaning up. Here's my little cleanup singing song content is great, and it's every fucking video.
Even Kurt's spray bottle won't come for him.
I was not ready. I was not ready for that at all. Holy shit. See, that's why I love super tips. Like, that would have been funny if I read it, right? Like, it would have been a funny moment, but like, it's funny for me because it came from I didn't read it in advance. I just clicked play, and out of nowhere, from the top ropes, cum joke.
Oh, by the way, in case anyone cares, I had blood work done again. I get it done regularly.
Nobody
My
cares.
blood work numbers are all good.
Yay! Yeah, in Jeff's voice. That's that did make it. It makes it extra funny because, like, he would have said it. It brings him back for just a moment.
So that's all plus. And I'm getting, and I double checked with my doctor because I know some people asked. We did have a full thyroid panel a couple months ago. Because I know people ask, have you had your thyroid checked? I was like, let me check. Because I'm like, I know we've done a lot of panels just for checking. And yes, we did do a full thyroid panel a couple months ago, like 6 months ago. And
you're not fat because of your thyroid. You're fat because you're fat.
No problems there. So that's good. And then on Monday, I guess tomorrow, I'm going to do a panel for like cortisol and stuff relating
The panel for the cortisol will just come back with all of it.
to metabolism to see if there's anything going on with there that we should be aware of. So that's also good. And otherwise, everything is good with Uncivil. Excellent.
Not a fucking chance.
Yes, packet for flavor. Yes, I'm still going to the gym every day. We talked about my gym experience at the start of the stream if you want to check that out. But yes, I'm still going to the gym 6 days a week, and we're crushing it.
Kurt, you crush everything in the vicinity. Yeah, your density has to be explained with mathematical formulas.
We are crushing it. So that's just a flavor packet of half iced tea, half lemonade to make the water, taste a little better. 5 calories per packet, so excellent. Excellent. All right. Let's go ahead and do our supplements for the week. Very exciting. What is your supplement stack? I'm so glad you asked.
Every fucking time. I told my kids about the hostage angle, the victim angle.
Okay. We're going to start with some
Fuck, we're only halfway through.
magnesium. Okay, magnesium, good. Okay. Ginger.
Miss Femme Natal, did you ever see the video we watched where Kurt tells the story of how his roommate in college murdered someone? Maybe it wasn't the roommate. That's all I'm saying. Maybe it wasn't the roommate. I think he might be onto something.
Okay, let's see. Okay, magnesium and ginger. What's next? Oh, yeah. Just a generic multivitamin. This is just Centrum. Nothing special.
Hey, Surreal, stop being a fag and just watch along. Give it a few minutes. You might actually laugh.
Okay. Fish oil, which my doctor very much appreciates that I'm taking.
That's because your triglycerides have to be in the tens of thousands. I always love it when someone comes in like, oh my God, like, what's Nick doing? He's watching a Kurt video and making fun of him. Yeah, it's great. I'd watch a video of you and make fun of you too. You should make stuff. It's all in good fun.
Okay, that's the end of that bottle, so I need to open the new bottle. Oops.
Fingers.
Great. Okay. Vitamin D3.
He's gonna stuff the fucking pill containers as much as he stuffs the Instapot. Jesus.
And finally, 2,500 milligrams of creatine in pill form. I take the other 2 pills with my medication.
I mean, I guess it's only 2.5 grams. Why is he taking? Okay, why is he? Somebody help me out. What's the point of supplementing that little creatine? Like, I know you don't take creatine at the same rate, like amount as protein, but don't you supplement like 6 to 10 grams? I have no idea. I guess I don't remember. I'm obviously I'm not supplementing creatine. You can tell. But that just seems like such a small amount. So is there 5 grams on average? Okay. All right. Okay. Like I know it's a significantly smaller amount than protein, but I didn't know if like there was a specific, creatine supplementing thing. Interestingly, from my perspective, creatine is really important in drug testing from urine, because they use your creatine measurements, your creatine levels, to determine if you are intentionally diluting your urine to try and pass the try and beat the test, fictitiously. And if your creatine levels are off from what they are normally, they may accuse you of dilution, which counts as a failed test and a violation. So if I were to start supplementing, I would stay the fuck away from creatine because of that, because it could get me in trouble unintentionally.
Because the pill holder is not big enough. So this is creatine monohydrate. That's half of what I need, and the other half goes with my medication.
When you're 350 pounds and you think those little pills are gonna save you, bro, no. You need to just stop eating so much. First corn pop, yeah, or 101st corn pop. I don't eat poppy seeds, generally speaking. I don't like lemon poppy muffins or anything, but yeah, those can pop for opiates.
Okay, great. That is my.
Yeah, he should fill it. He should show his medication one that's full of all the drugs that he really loves. He loves those drugs and loves his doctor because his doctor just gives him whatever drugs ever. I love hearing that from someone who, called me an addict or what. It's so fucking funny. It's like, hey, bro, I got news for you. That's addiction.
My supplements for the week, taken care of. Very good. Okay.
How do you drink fatly? The sound of water being drained out of a fucking lake from a sinkhole. Yeah, you can imagine what he's saying next. You're stuck there on the ground, chain, your arms tied behind you to your legs, and then he drinks that water and okay, let's get started. Ah!
Excellent. Life is good. All right, let's chat for a little while.
Yes, let's do it.
And then we'll call it a stream.
Awesome Robots says cooks 5 pounds of chicken for dinner, then has to pack 10 plus pills a day to stay alive.
All right. When I also need to take because it's time I'm taking a steroid to help with my cough. So I need to take the pill for that too. It's a temporary thing, so it doesn't go in my pill dispenser. Excellent, very good. All right. We've got our supplements, and we're continuing to treat the cough, and life is going great. Okay, great. What do you guys want to
Everything's coming up aces for Kurt.
talk about? Looks like I've transformed my life. Yeah, in the last 3 months especially. Like I've increased my bench, I've increased my bench, deadlift, and squat. I'm basically at all-time PR. I'm close to it. So yeah, I mean, I'm very happy with that. That's really good. And so we're gaining a lot of strength. I'm very happy about that. Meeting our goals. And, good. It's all good. And the trials am I gonna watch? Nothing planned. I need to get back to video on demand content. I tried recording something the other day and I didn't really like it, but I definitely should record something today. Experiment with recording something today so I can publish a VOD. Since Trump administration has been ordered to pay for SNAP benefits using contingency funds, I don't believe that's what they were ordered to do. However, the appropriations bill says contingency funds are 1616. Well, as I understood the court order relating to SNAP, the court...
As I understand, Kurt, I'm just saying that's a dubious statement from you lately.
Only said that they could, not that they had to. There was a dispute as to whether or not the administration was authorized to tap into the contingency funds for SNAP. And so the judge's ruling, I believe on Thursday, I think it was merely that they can. And I believe the judge asked them to come back either Monday or Tuesday with revised thoughts on the subject. So, yeah, there's been no order that I'm aware of for the Trump administration to actually pay SNAP. Obviously, the contingency fund has to pay for everything relating to the program, and so, one of the first thought that would go through my head, if I were, in the position of the administration, is what else are we spending money on, and also what is the potential points of confusion, or what problems might be incurred by only partial benefits, right? So
that's the difference between you and this administration, which is, talked about SNAP benefits being, maybe something that we need to look into. I mean, they're in a different position than you.
What does that incur? Also, do we need money in reserve so that when we come back, we're in a position to get started right away? Do we need money in the bank so that when we come back, we can start up operations faster? I don't know the answer to these questions, but there are potentially other factors in play other than the paying of the fee or paying of the SNAP benefits, So, that would be some of the things I would be thinking about as the administration, but I'm sure that they're more than competent to think about that and, answer the judge's questions on Monday or Tuesday or whenever the next hearing is. 2 to 3 servings per fish. Yeah, I guess I could do it by eating fish, but I don't eat that much fish. So we do it this way. So
yeah, I want to see you pressure cook a whole bunch of fish. That'd be great. Here, let's just put 6 pounds of tilapia fillets. We'll cook them for 19 hours. Why is it just broth?
because I don't eat that much fish, we supplement it. So yeah, well, this is genius. Yeah. Of course, the Supreme Court's doing Supreme Court stuff. That's always fun. We probably have some oral arguments.
I'm doing great. All of my tests came back fine.
We could catch up on. So that's been good. Let's see what the Supreme Court's been doing recently, because they've been doing some good shit. Oh, you were talking to a pregnant lady? Sorry. Yeah, sometimes in chat it's hard to know who's talking to who. So sometimes it's, yeah, especially like when you're half paying attention. And well, as the streamer in particular, because you've got other things going on, like especially if I were like reading a document and monitoring audio levels and yeah, figuring out who's talking to who can be challenging when you're trying to do like multiple things at once. What was I trying to do? I was trying to go to the Supreme Court and see what, or go to like,
yes,
see what the Supreme Court's been arguing about to see if there's anything good. Yeah, don't worry, you're fine. It's all good. It's all good in the hood. Let's see. Yeah. Whether a district court may consider disparities created by First Step in sentencing law. So that's some hyper-technical bullshit. Ferendez. Whether a combination of extraordinary compelling reasons that may warrant discretionary sentence that can include reasons to also meet, that's some hyper-technical bullshit. Let's see. CEO Group versus Menocal. When or denying government contract to derivative sovereign immunity is equally appealable. That's interesting to me as like some very in the weeds, like procedural bullshit. That's kind of fun, but not very interesting to you probably. Whether an individual may sue government.
God, how fucking condescending. He's such a dick. It's amazing. Like, he is such a dick. It's probably not interesting to you. Jesus Christ. Fucking calm down. As if your interests are like erudite and patrician and everybody else is beneath you. You people wouldn't care. Gonfall says, I feel like if you are overweight, gaining muscle weight, which weighs heavier than fat, is the worst thing you can do to your heart and breathing. Yeah, I mean, that's personally, I think people should lose the weight first and then bulk up again after. That's my personal opinion. I think you should also, add a significant amount of conditioning, cardio work, because big lard balls like they don't have, any sort of aerobic capacity, and so they suddenly start lifting and like doing all this stuff. He's got a lot of mass, right? Like, and so he can lift a lot. Having a lot of mass helps you move a lot of other mass. Like, it just does. That being said, converting that into muscle weight, like, you're still obese. You still have the obesity problems because you don't have the underlying physical health that, comes with a lifetime of good health and then becoming obese through bulking up or whatever. Like, he doesn't have any of that. He doesn't have like a good health base. So he's just going to have, this strong muscle, but he's still going to have the same cardiovascular issues and everything else. He's not going to, They'll be better than they were, but they won't be good. He should lose the weight first, in my opinion. That's how I would. That's how I would do it. But hey, who am I? I'm just a guy on YouTube.
Official in his capacity, individual capacity, for violations of RFRA or violations of religious land use. That's interesting. Okay, that's kind of cool. We might cover that. So there is a federal law that protects religious land, basically, in short, and you can sue the government for violating your rights. And can you actually sue individual government officials? That's kind of cool. Let's see what else we got.
Yeah, riveting.
Whether the international emergency economic power authorizes the president to do tariffs. That's going to be on the 5th. We might do that one because tariffs are big. We'll do the tariff one because, yeah. So we'll do the tariff one. That's going to be argued on the 5th. That's cool. Let's see. Coney Island.
I am Kelt says, I honestly thought he was gay. What have you seen that runs contrary to that? I honestly think he's gay still. Hello, Lovely says he does have Simps in his chat. In the brief time I was there, someone told him he had a nice smile. Lol. Was it from like a guy named Brandon? He's a snooze fest when talking about law. Yeah, and frankly, I don't find his analysis to be all that good. And whenever I would have friendly debates with him about constitutional law, I always found his perspective to be lacking something. I can't, there's certain je ne sais quoi. I don't know what it was, but it's just it's his social awkwardness that comes into it. He lacks the human element, I think, and he demands everything to be a rule, and he says he treats the Supreme Court as if it is a rigid function of mathematical apparatus applying law to facts. They're really not. Like they have political motivations, they have personal motivations. They're still people who try to pretend that they're not, but they are. They lie and say that they're not people, that they're these machines or whatever, just applying their legal philosophies, but that's not true. But Kurt treats them as if they are that, and that the Supreme Court as an entity is. And when you get into discussions, he has like a good knowledge, like a base of knowledge. I called it encyclopedic, and I think that's true about like what is in a bunch of cases. But I think he really struggles to understand what the meaning of those cases is. And the why. I think he just doesn't get it. Numerous discussions I had with him, it's like, you don't understand why this provision of the Constitution exists in the first place. And you're sitting here talking about what it should be, and what you're saying is ludicrous. That's just my humble opinion. I think he's very overrated on that. And I think there's a lot. Let me walk that back a little bit. On that aspect of the constitutional law, I think he's overrated. On the sort of just the factual basis, like he has a very, very significant knowledge of what a bunch of cases are about and what the facts of those cases are. But I think he really struggles with the application and the why, because he doesn't understand people.
Is it just me, or does anyone else find his smirk smile a bit rapey?
It's not just you. It's not just you.
Island, where the federal civil procedure imposes a time limit to set aside void default judgment for lack of personal jurisdiction. Okay, so that's kind of interesting procedurally. So you've gotten a court to issue a default judgment, but there was no jurisdiction in the first place. So is there a time limit to how long you have a chance to void it? There might be. That could be interesting. Let's see. Are all the universities in the U.S. on religious grounds? I don't know about that. I mean, they were created for religious purposes. I mean, Harvard was a religious school when it was created, but yeah, I think this is a little bit more like church proper. Let's see, what's this one?
Hey, welcome to Interesting TV over on Rumble. Thanks for the raid. Thanks for joining the show. We are watching a ball of adipose tissue who believes he understands the law babble on to his chat after making an absolute massacre of a dish that he calls chicken enchilada soup. It is horrifying, and you're in the right place.
Other district courts final judgments to complete diversity must be vacated. Okay, that's some civil procedure bullshit. Let's see. Hennickley, whether Boyle should be extended to allow federal interests emanating from Federal Tort Claim Act combative activities exception to preempt tort claims against government contractors. Okay, that could be potentially like interesting as it relates to military contractors and stuff. So basically, you can't sue the federal government. You can't sue the military relating to combats. You can't sue the military relating to damages that were incurred in war.
Watch me.
And that has been extended to contractors. And then there's a question about whether that extends to state tort claims for conduct that breached contract and violated orders. Interesting.
Again, riveting. Have I read Kurt's new book, What Sex Might Be Like? Can you imagine how frustrated he would be when his partner didn't get pregnant over and over and over? He's like, I don't understand. I'm doing all the things right. But he forgot to consider his partner was a man.
Whether the fugitive tolling doctrine applies to the context of supervised release? I wouldn't think so, but okay. LA versus Calais. There is no description as to what this case is about. Ooh, mystery case. What is this thing?
Open it up.
Oh, this is a redistricting case. Okay, no one cares. I mean, someone cares, but not really.
Holy shit. Kurt and Michael Ray Bauer doing a cooking show together would be fucking funny out of its mind. We're going to do some tacos.
Case versus Montana. Whether law enforcement may enter a home without search warrant based on level. Yeah, this is interesting. Case versus Montana. Emergency aid exception. Can you enter a house for emergency aid purposes without a warrant? Yeah, that's one we should definitely cover. That's a good case.
The question of whether or not you can enter a house, it should be obvious. You should be able to enter a house for emergency aid purposes. The question should be, in my opinion, whether or not anything garnered from plain view during the rendering of emergency services can be used in court. And I think the answer to that should be no. I think rendering of emergency services should nullify any sort of plain view search that occurs of the premises or any evidence gained from it. I just don't like. It's fucking crazy to think that you having some sort of medical emergency, cops come in because they either see or are told about the emergency, and then they're like, oh yeah, by the way, you're under arrest. Fuck you. No thanks.
Whether criminal restitution under the Mandatory Victims Restitution Act is penal for the purposes of ex post facto. So you want to require bad guys to pay their victims. Is that a criminal penalty? Or is it some sort of civil penalty? Or is it somewhere in between?
I mean, interestingly, that's an interesting question a little bit. But the states should start considering just explicitly stating that restitution, or any fines that are applied to a criminal satisfy the elements of civil statutes, of a civil case, because the elements are fulfilled automatically beyond a reasonable doubt. So you're at an evidentiary standard that is higher than the evidentiary standard of preponderance of the evidence, which most civil cases go to, or clear and convincing evidence. Either one, you've exceeded both of those already. So I think the judicial efficiency or judicial economy or whatever would support the actual automatic application of civil punishment and the rendering of a civil judgment as part of the criminal conviction. I think that would be fine. And I think a way to do that would be to have like a statutory scheme for how you do that, for how you design an award, and someone can opt out of that if they wanted to independently pursue it. So, because maybe you said it's like, okay, well, if someone does this, we're going to apply a fine of $10,000, right? And then that takes away their ability to pursue a civil remedy under the statute, the hypothetical statute. But they could opt out of it and say, no, my damages exceed $10,000 because of special circumstances or because of high income or whatever. So therefore, the economic impact is higher. I'm going to pursue a civil remedy separately from what's done in the criminal case. It is crazy, like how little a criminal conviction provides to the victim. Like it just really doesn't do much of anything. Restitution covers specific stuff, but it no way does it compare to a civil remedy. And having to pursue a civil remedy is, cumbersome and tedious and expensive. And a lot of times people don't want to do it once the criminal case is over. They're just fucking tired of it. So I think there's a disconnect there, and I think they could really do something about it. Nakadashi Tomodachi says, no way this Kurt guy did all his CLEs. Well, I didn't do all of mine. I was busy, like, shivering in bed, thinking I should be, unalived or whatever, for a little bit. And so I wasn't really worried about doing CLEs. They're on my list of things to do pretty soon. Other things have been way more important. I don't really utilize my license. I have it because I worked hard for it, and I maintain it because I worked hard for it. I'm happy to do the requirements. It just, right now they've been, they became low priority when everything else needed to be dealt with. But I'll be working on them soon.
Interesting. Okay, that could be fun. Whether claims apply to second motions to vacate, that's some technical bullshit. Okay, so there's a couple interesting ones. There's one dealing with when a candidate for office can sue relating to elections problems. Okay, there's some cool stuff. Could ever be both civil and criminal? I suppose, but if it is, then the criminal rules are going to predominate, right? So if it's both civil and criminal, then it's criminal, probably. Because
any CLEs I recommend? Yeah, stuff in your practice area. Like for regular lawyers, that's what you do. For me, it's stuff that either fits into my schedule or I find interesting.
Because the criminal thing is going to be the thing that's going to trigger the additional constitutional protections, right? So if it's both civil and criminal, do I hear I'm looking at dancing? Yeah, I did my first dancing class. I've got, yeah. Like Karen Reed? No. Like a criminal. This is criminal sanctions. So this would be if Karen Reed were convicted. Yeah. What kind of dancing? Salsa for starts. How'd it go? I have a long way to go. In every sense. But that's okay. I'm way out of my depth in every dimension. The civil case
and you fill all the dimensions
right now from Karen Reed, that's just a civil case. Yeah, it's just pure civil. Did I have fun? No. Do a few steps? Absolutely not.
Oh, come on.
You nice lady might want to teach me for extracurricular help. That is one of the objectives. Yeah, it might actually help me meet some women. So, seems like a good idea.
TMF Squid says, you know Jennifer Connelly's character in Requiem for a Dream. I imagine the only hope Kurt has is busted snaggletooth version of her. Damn.
How are my theater classes? I finished doing improv. And so I'm taking a break from that right now to do the dancing classes. Is there not potential criminal claims against third-party culprits she wants to bring in? It has nothing to do with it. She has no power to bring criminal issues. Karen Reed can't do anything criminal. It doesn't. We're talking about a sanction against a criminal for their criminal. No. You're in the wrong territory. This is someone who's already been convicted and we're sentencing them to pay back the victim. Well, I think it's in the Proctor text. I mean, the best guess is probably just more embarrassing shit. I don't think there's really going to be, anything. Start with waltz. I didn't ask for your opinion. I'm starting with salsa, thanks.
Hey, Kate. Thank you for your assessment. It'll be taken with all of the respect that it deserves. Visit Hedonism 2 says the hurricane forced us to close for Bullwick week. We canceled your booking. Sorry. Yeah, I mean, it sucks. I was going to be there with all the other bulls and now we can't make it.
This is interesting. Like, I like this too. And like, just things like, it's like start with this or start like, I'm just telling you what I'm doing. Didn't ask for an opinion. I asked for an opinion on workout earlier. If you want to give an opinion on something, you can give workout on that. I asked for an opinion on what apps would be good. So if you want to give an opinion on that, that's good. As to the dancing, I was simply informing you. I'm doing it for a multitude of reasons. One, it gets me outside of my house. 2, it helps me socialize. 3, it's good for my cardio. I don't really like cardio in the gym. I don't like.
We couldn't tell. Yeah, I love the salsa dancing option for Kurt. I think it is a great choice. I want nothing more than to see it, but even if I never see it, I think it's awesome. And I really do, like, unironically think that it's a better chance that he will meet a woman at something like a salsa dancing class than anything he's done up to this point. Better than an improv class. You certainly don't want to be with a woman from an improv class anyway. They're a disaster, complete disaster. Honestly, if you are talking to a woman, like you're at a bar, you buy her a drink and you're like, hey, what's up? And she's like, I like improv. Just go. get up, walk, say, actually, I'm gay, and walk away. Just leave. I'm saving you so much trouble. So I much prefer his salsa dancing option. I think it's better. But Kurt's got to get over this. Like, she has to be under 35 and childless and ready to birth the next white nation. Because of all the babies he's going to get out of her. I think he needs to get past that. There's nothing about him that merits having those requirements. It also is a fundamental misunderstanding of like human reproduction. Kurt could easily be with a 36 or 37-year-old woman and have a child. Like, he could do that. It's going to be okay. Like, they don't just stop being fertile at 35. Like, that's not a thing. It becomes more likely that there will be some sort of maybe genetic deficiency, but genetic deficiencies are exceedingly rare and even increasing by double, triple, and 5 times the risk. The risk is still exceedingly low. We just, like, genetic defect is a problem that exists when it exists, but it is not something you need to build your entire life being concerned over. Also, some sort of genetic issue with a child doesn't mean that the child is not going to live a full life and that it won't bring you significant joy. Like, come on. Kurt's like, I'm gonna breed the next like Aryan super babies. You aren't. You are a genetic deficiency. Stop looking for this. Look for joy in a partner. Like, that's what he should be doing. But he's so fucking broken that he can't look at life. He looks at rules. He looks at lists. He looks at, this expected logical outcomes, and his logic isn't good. But that's how he functions, and it's crippling, and it's killing him. It's preventing him from having the life that he's seeking, because he could have found someone by now, but he thinks he's going to get a fucking 28-year-old supermodel. He's not. It's just not going to happen. It's not in the cards. Nakadashi Tomodachi says, "Hey, it's Ian again. Sorry about your worst day." Okay. Who the fuck is, like, I don't know who you are.
Like elliptical, I don't like tread machine. I don't like cardio in the gym. So it helps with my cardio, and it might help me meet a woman. So these are the objectives. Seems like a prudent step. I may switch dancing styles. I may do something else. But that's what we're doing for the moment. We'll see how it goes. If you're not staying in zone 2 cardio, it's worthless. Didn't ask for your opinion. I was just informing you.
Mighty Bob says, let's be real, he's just waiting for ChatGPT to grow holes so he can slip his micropenis. Like a doll that especially when the dolls like are ambulatory and integrate AI into them and can be a conversation partner, like that's going to be great for a lot of people. Like, it really will. And that's fine. Like, that's a fine thing. Gonfall says, "Hey, it's Matthew again. I hope you have a nice day." Hey, thanks. Nice to see you.
If I tried stair climbing, sure. I'm going to do the salsa thing. I'll let you know how it goes. I didn't ask for your opinion. I'm just informing you. Well, inform somebody else. I have no interest in line dancing. It's not really my bag. we care about cardio health and salsa's not enough, didn't ask. That's okay. You can go to timeout since you apparently have the inability to learn.
Come on, Kurt.
Try to teach people and just have trouble learning. So I need to go to the gym today, as always. I think I'm going to stick with the that new app that I'm trying, Alpha Program or whatever it's called. I'm going to try the Alpha Program because I'm on a 2-week trial. So I'm going to stick with that for a while and see how that goes. I'm not super thrilled with it, or I'm not sure if it's the end all be all, but I'm going to give it a shot. Do I have to dress up for salsa? I mean, not especially. I just, put on some black pants and,
You should put on a matador outfit. That makes it fun.
A standard dress shirt, nothing fancy. Just try to look decent, for my first time out. So, kind of the standard uniform, dress shirt, black pants. Nothing to write home about. I'm flossing my Rolex today. So the Rolex is back in rotation.
Yay!
I put the Rolex on a quick release metal band. This is not the original band, but it looks pretty good, right? I mean, the band itself is cheap because it's just like generic, but it looks pretty good. But the nice thing is it's quick release, so you can do this, right? And just take it off, and you can put it on a NATO or put it on something else. So that's pretty cool. So a little quick release metal bell. So, ta-da! Looks good.
Oh, we're 10 minutes left.
Am I happier? Yeah.
Are you trying to convince yourself?
Between that and all the steps I'm taking with my doctor, testosterone therapy, making sure that, I'm taking things, with my doctor and making sure I'm taking the medication my doctor needs, making sure that I'm dealing with depression, working out, trying to socialize. Yeah. I think I'm happier. I started taking hair loss medication 3 months ago. It doesn't seem to be really kicking in yet. Hopefully that'll start kicking in at some point. I'm taking oral versions of minoxidil and finasteride, so we'll see how that works. Hopefully that'll start kicking soon.
What other oral versions of things are you taking?
But I'm taking steps, like I'm doing things. So that's positive. I'm hitting my goal, right? It's like I set a goal for myself of being able to 3-plate bench, squat, and deadlift by my birthday, and I'm hitting my goal. So I'm very excited about that. I'm actually ahead of my goal, and so I'm very, very pleased by that. So that's
His implied goal. You guys are dicks.
good. I'm becoming a regular gym bro. That's nice.
I think you're an irregular gym bro. Beck Sarish says, I sent Kurt a letter introducing myself when he was looking for someone. He rejected me. I was too old. He wrote back to me, though. It's a shame. Maybe you guys could have had like a nice time, I do think that if Kurt got into a relationship, the right partner could kind of wrangle him and maybe help him out. right? Like with some things. That's because Kurt doesn't listen to women, but he might listen to a woman. And if he listens to a woman, he might start to soften up and become more appealing to other women. So even if it doesn't work out, that's, you know, kind of a thing. Exposure and trust of someone from the opposite gender, like, brings in some different sort of opinions and some different ideas. Those things are things that he needs because he is stuck in a life that is unfulfilling, but the only advice he'll take is his own. But it's like, bro, you're in a wreck. You need someone who isn't to help you out. Galaxy Gas Shop USA says, we missed you, buddy. These Kurt streams are kicking goals. Maybe we should discuss a sponsorship for you and the family. Yeah, I would consider it. I'll rep you guys.
Endless criticism, of course. People.
A-Wig says, how would a woman teach him to find the man he needs? Well, maybe he'd find out he doesn't actually like him.
Will criticize everything. But, you know, I'm going to be 45 in January. You know, for a 45-year-old male, you know, the amount of weight I'm lifting is pretty good. You know, so it's like, you know, I'm doing pretty good. You know, I'm about to hit 1,000-pound combined on my big 3. You know, that's right around the corner. Because I'm probably already there, actually. I haven't, like, checked recently, you know, for my lifts. I'm probably actually already there on the 1,000 pounds combined on my big lifts.
Big lifts. Russo's wife's camel foot. What is that for a name? What are your thoughts on Shuli? Does a small man have any type of mortality? Being a Zionist crunt, do you mean morality or do you mean mortality? I think he has no mortality. He's as a child of Zion and chosen chosen among people. He will live forever. His mortality is gone.
You know, because I haven't like done. I think I'm supposed to do squat today, so we'll see if my squat estimates go up. But yeah, basically 1,000 pounds combined already, or I'm just like right on the corner, and yeah, that's great. I'm taking weight loss medication again, so that's good. I'm working more. I've been working on my own case in the Western District, which we've talked about from time to time. I'm also doing consulting work and drafting a lot of legal documents for consulting work, which has been interesting. I've been working on a couple different cases consulting, and so that's been interesting, which I like. I like.
Who the fuck is hiring him to consult on a case? Like, what are you consulting for? What on earth possesses anybody to hire him for consult work? Like, again, and this, like, I'm not trying to shit on him. I wouldn't hire me for a lot of consulting. There's a limited scope of things that I think I would be a very good consultant on. And most things I wouldn't be good at all because I don't have specific experience or like any specialized training in those areas. There'd be other better consultants, right? But now maybe if you're representing someone who is on social media, for example, I might be a decent consultant. I may have some insights that would help out developing a representation strategy that's comprehensive. I think that's lacking in social media representation right now. So I might be a good consultant there, but that's like the main area. Because let me tell you, like, as I've gone through all different types of cases now, personally, nobody fucking realizes like what minor level of fame means. And it does mean something. It makes you into a different type of client. Because one, your voice is your brand, is your income and everything. So like this whole like, oh, you can't say anything. That's outdated. It really fucking is outdated. You're going to have to manage what you say, and you need to develop a strategy around that. But social media people are going to talk. One, they're all broken on inside, and they have to talk anyway. Like they just have to. Two, they probably have to pay you. So it's going to happen. They're going to be talking, and you need to mitigate and wrangle that rather than try and prevent it. It's easy to say someone who doesn't make public statements, yeah, don't make any public statements. It's much harder when your life is somewhat public, right? Different if you're, like an A-list actor, and your level of fame and consummate income allows you to insulate yourself and carry on life for a while being quiet. Like you can do those things. You can stay silent. You don't have to be out there because you have the ability to go on. But a significant percentage of streamers are famous enough to be recognized and to have some of the perks and some of the pitfalls that come with fame, but they're not famous enough typically, and they don't have a high enough income to insulate themselves from the world in the same way that an A-lister does. And therefore, like, they're going to be involved in some of this stuff. This is the part of the practice of law where they're behind. They're always behind technology, and they're often behind culture. And this is where I would probably be a good consultant. And just from personal experience, none of my lawyers in any of my cases have properly considered the public nature of who I am and how that needs to be dealt with separately from the legal aspects, but needs to be dealt with, or needs to be utilized, or needs to be a particular area of concern and navigated. Kurt won't understand any of that, for one thing. So what is he consulting on? I don't get it. He's never practiced. What are you hiring him for? Like, oh, he's good at con law. Yeah, so is any research attorney. Like, they've all done all this. They all can look up this stuff in moments. Whatever. I mean, like, it's their money. It doesn't really bother me. It's just I'm baffled by it. This is from Kaufman 921. Howdy, Nick. How are you doing tonight? Spoke to several people in Nashville and been there several times in the past couple of weeks. No protests for #NoKings that I could see or hear about. Not sure after November 1st, though. Yeah, I mean, it is going to depend where you are. And I think the more conservative cities, you're not going to see much. Look, I went to the Twin Cities. I didn't go to the rally, but I drove past the rally in Minneapolis, and it was fucking nobody. Like, there's nobody there. I was like, okay, what's the point? Like, what are you getting out of this? What's the point of this? It seemed completely useless. But I imagine in places like Seattle and Portland, it's much different. But I don't know. I think that's the No Kings thing isn't going to last very long.
I like dealing with a lot of different things. It makes it fun for me to like learn about different things and then write about it. It's a great way to learn. Can I consult in other states? Well, by consult in this context, what I mean is I'm working for another attorney. So maybe consult isn't the right word. What would you say?
Someone earlier said that Kurt admitted that he's working as a paralegal. Is this what you're talking about? So is he calling his paralegal work consult work, or is someone saying that his consult work is probably paralegal work? I have no idea what the answer is.
Say I'm assisting another attorney, so they're the ones signing their name on the bottom line. So in that sense, yes, I could consult in every state because I'm not running on my own license, right? I'm writing something that someone else is going to sign. So effectively, at that point, I've become a paralegal, which is fine. Well,
there's the answer right there.
It's fine, As long as I'm not signing on the bottom line, right? So, yeah, in that sense, yes, I can consult everywhere because it's someone else's license. I haven't been able to sleep really well the last couple of nights. That's been a little bit.
It's probably the obstructive apnea. Maybe. I don't know. Just a theory.
Annoying. I'm not sure what that's all about. I got some new blackout curtains. Yeah, research council. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, research council or contract council. Yeah, we can put a different label on it. So yeah, choose your label of choice. The label's not the thing, right? So you can call it something else. I was thinking about, someone was asking this question. It's like, if we were talking about like, it's 1:17 p.m. and if we were talking about 1:17 a.m. today, is that 12 hours ago or 13 hours ago? And how do we determine? Yeah, so now, yeah, you gotta love that. It's ambiguous, right? You don't normally have that problem. Yeah, it's like 1:17 a.m. Which one? Yeah, that's
Backstarish. I really wanted to help Kurt too for a long time. Now I just don't give a shit. And I love watching his content. It's unironically, his main content sucks and is boring. Whatever. His behind the scenes stuff is fucking great. I love all of it. I would watch it over and over and over.
That's fun. So I'm not sure how you're supposed to deal with that contingency if you're writing down. I guess you just have to specify, like, I'm not sure there's a really clean way to specify which one you're talking about. Yeah.
Don Jr.
You like the Supreme Court hearing about overnight? Yeah, sometimes it comes up. Yeah, like what overnight is and stuff like that. Yeah, it can get fun. Yeah. Well, I guess, my friends, unless we have anything more I don't really have anything more to talk about right now. Is it salsa class is men and women? Yeah, it's predominantly women, but it's mixed.
Ladies.
Which is part of the idea, right? You want to go somewhere where the women at, where the ladies at, right? So we go where the ladies at. Maybe one of them will want to dance a little closer. We'll see.
He's going to be real depressed when salsa dancing doesn't involve a fucking bag of chips.
How many are in your class? It's a drop-in, so there's no fixed number. It's not like it's just a drop-in on Friday. So whoever shows up that week. So there's no, All right, guys, I'm going to go ahead, I guess, and sign off. I guess I'm going to go to the gym now or pretty soon. And then I'm going to try to film some YouTube content for some VOD. And then I've got my nice dish that I made. Should be nice and tasty, and that'll be good. And, then Sunday. Sunday is my day where I have to clean up my apartment. So right now I've got some boxes from Amazon and all that kind of shit, and like pizza boxes and stuff. So Sunday's my cleanup day. So I've got to, clean up everything and from the week and, make the apartment look nice again and do my laundry and shit like that. So I got to do all that shit. All right. I guess I got some stuff to do. I will talk to you soon. Love you lots. Later, my friends. Hope all is well. Cheers, my friends, for now, and goodbye. You want to loan me out to your single friends? I'm available for loan to your single friends. I cook, I clean, at least once a week I do. I do workouts. I can talk law.
How much do you hate your single friends? Look, here's a Kurt. You can have this. You can have it. Yeah, it'll cook, kinda. It'll clean, kinda, and he'll tell you about his weightlifting and salsa dancing. That's fun. That's cool. His improv class, I think. He's gonna do 3 plates by his birthday. Can't even. Oh my God. If someone gave you a Kurt, what would you do? Chat, what would you do if someone handed you a Kurt? Like, here, we're going to give you a Kurt to use. Wait, why?
I'm available. Yeah. You can loan me out. Give me a call. You know where to find me. My email address is public. Talk to you later. Bye.
Okay. Well, there we go. We, of course, it's another one of the Kurt's beautiful cooking videos where we don't get to see the results, which is unfortunate because I really wanted to see him shovel that disgusting soup into his gullet. Like I really, holy shit. I wanted to see how 7 hours of cooking. I wanted to see how the vegetables did afterwards. They have to be just mush and garbage. Ew. That said, it's really late, guys, and I think I have to be up not super early, but a little bit early tomorrow. So today, whatever. We should have a stream tomorrow, today. Like I said, streams are going to be regular again. Is the plan. Hopefully I don't have another issue interfere with that like last time. But the plan is to stream tomorrow night for sure. I don't know if I'll get a daytime stream in. Let me pull something up here. This is just a preview. No, come on. I just do that. Just do the. Okay. Fuck, where are we? Trying to find it. Give me a moment. Here we go. So, Kim She 3642. Thank you so much for the sticker there and like animated smiling thing. Tech Guy says 1:17 a.m. when a doctor pronounces someone dead, they add before time change, after time change, BTC, ATC. So that was answering something that Kurt brought up earlier. Because what do you do? But so they just indicate whether it's before or after the time change. Stunning to think that they actually thought of it. Like they're like, you know what, this happens. Typically the Cooking with Kurt videos are things I do for members because they're fun. I love doing them. It's not the main content of the channel, so I kind of pull it away. If you enjoyed Cooking with Kurt today and watching that along, there's a mountain of other Kurt stuff and content like that from other people than Kurt. And we're going to start incorporating some of that stuff because there are other people that are really interesting for all sorts of reasons. If you like that, grab a membership, locals or YouTube. At least the plan on YouTube is through the end of the year. All levels of membership will have access to those things. So it's $2 a month. I've of course, very much appreciate if people want to join at a higher level, 5 or 10. But, you know, like I want to make it as affordable as possible. Locals, the lowest amount is $5 a month. That's just because that's kind of what Locals does. That's where it starts. So that's there. Locals has an exclusive chat and other things as well. So, you know, there's a little bit of a difference. But right now, both platforms have that available. If you want to join up, please do so. Grab yourself a membership today, you know, or anytime soon. And as a preview, Kurt talked about some stuff on his chicken enchilada soup video, which we can see right over here. We just watched. And then the same day, later that day, follows up with dating standards are okay, lol. And so we have another beautiful video of Kurt where he is angry because people are suggesting that maybe his dating standards, his requirements for a woman might be a little like higher than he merits. Possibly. Don't know why anybody would suggest that. I think that's very offensive. But that's coming as a member only exclusive. And there's so much more. There's so much more. So just as a pitch, a little sales pitch to you guys, if you want to join up, that's some stuff we have on the horizon for the on the near horizon, like tomorrow or the next day or whatever, like sometime soon, for some members only content. And that's going to be in addition. This is all extra from the regular content. The regular shows are starting up. My initial goal has been to consistently have 3 a week. This week, I think is likely going to be 5, but I want to consistently knock out 3 a week and get back into the full swing of things and then build back up to 5 as a consistent thing, plus members only content in addition to that. And I'm hoping you guys will join me for it. So we back. Unbreaded is going to make a return very soon as well. And I hope you guys will join me for that too.
Why do I get the feeling that salsa class is going to go down in members the longer Kurt attends? Those poor ladies don't deserve being exposed to his blubber butter.
It's like being around him is just going to be uncomfortable. It's going to be uncomfortable for people. It'll be really interesting. I mean, you know, like we'll never know. We won't ever get to see it. Random unbreaded commenter says, so near you can measure the distance in microbeams. Yes. All right, guys. Thanks for joining me tonight. I hope you have a wonderful morning or whatever, and a productive day and all that shit. And we'll talk to you very soon. Until next time. Peace. I timed that poorly. Very poorly. Peace. Like, come on, it should end.